welcome back everyone, welcome back to another weekend edition here of the WardiTV Monday. WardiTV Monday number 97, your weekly dose of weekly open StarCraft. I'm of course just at VIP with him, joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome one and all. Get into our weekly broadcast, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Again, the bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. We're jumping into the quarterfinals. And spawning in the bottom right, sorry, the top right hand corner of BlackRock, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Blue Zerg, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents, we have the red Protoss. We have the red Protoss player. We have the representing the South Korean Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Vamos. Here we go. We are back. We are live. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we do delve into our initial best of 3 on the new patch. Now, as a reminder, we did miss out on last week's WardiTV Monday just because we were otherwise under the weather, we were otherwise sick, we were recovering, of course, from a very heavily sore throat. But now we've recovered, we are here, we are back to get back into our regular weekly scheduled broadcasting. So WardiTV Mondays, Sparkling Tuna Cups, Pigstar Cups, KSLs, Kung Fu Cups, and the like. Plenty of StarCraft on a daily basis, as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings. We're back, casting more StarCraft than anyone else out there. It all does begin here with some Wardy action. Let's go. For now, we are going to be going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Rogue, likewise gate expand out of Classic. Everything's looking normal so far. Now, when it comes to ZVP, when it comes to the new meta, when it comes to the latest iteration of the patch, you should be aware, but maybe if you've been, missing out on some of the StarCraft as over the past couple of months, or the past month really, 4 or 5 weeks, ZVP is very heavily SkyToss oriented. It's either one of two things, either cheeky builds and all-ins from Protoss, or going into double Stargate, Void Ray into SkyToss. That's typically the only two things that are currently viable. Now, I say currently just because we did recently have a couple of buffs here to Protoss. We did have the increased production, or I should say, the reduced production time or the increased production available here when it comes to non-warped in gateways. So regular gateway production, once you research Warp Gate, has been increased quite significantly. On top of that, there was even a buff to the Colossus, which helps against roach heavy compositions, but I mean, I don't really see that being too effective. I said this at the time, but I feel like the Colossus buff is going to be impacting PvT more than PvZ. So there have been some changes made here and there. Personally, I don't think these changes are significant enough to really break the mold. I believe the goal is to try to incentivize more heavy gateway and robo play and to make it more viable in this matchup, but I don't think that it has hit the mark. I don't think that it's enough, and I feel like so far SkyToss is still a little bit too it's just safer approach. So far, Stargate opener into most likely Oracle. Based on the rally and the fact that we have a Stalker on the way, should be Oracle. There we go. Oracle's on the way to hunt down the Overlord with the help of that Stalker. From here, we can then expand, and then we're going to be looking for the next follow-up tech, whether it's a Twilight Council or a Stargate. So we're looking for the next tech choice here from Classic, whether he throws it down before or after the third base. Meanwhile, Rogue is droning, saturating, again, hatch gas pool into a third base, saturating up back at home, and getting to his own standard opener. We're looking for an early Eva Chamber for +1 melee, or a safety Baneliness, or a safety Roach Warren, or a fast lair, right? We're looking to see one of 4 things to see how Rogue does open up coming into the mid-game, to see what kind of army composition he is thinking about. Welcome to BlackRock. BlackRock, of course, is a very aggressive map of the map pool. Aggressive map has a very exposed third, and very difficult to defend third and fourth base. So we do often see a lot of successful 3-base all-ins from Zerg players, referring to 66 up to 72 drone saturation, then bam, you just all in across the map, you break the third or you break the fourth base, and it is a very difficult defense here for the Protoss. That's one of the other reasons why we do typically expect hyper aggression and cheese out of Protoss, but so far we're going for a triple Oracle opener. So far, so standard. Triple Oracle into a third base, into a later Twilight Council. So it looks like pretty standard play here by Classic. We'll see if he can get away with this. I will say that my casting and my coverage of games post the most recent hotfix, the hotfix B, is very limited. It's very, very limited. If you remember, we did miss out on 2 casts last week because we were a little bit sick. We were recovering. We missed out on last week's WardiTV Monday and also Pegasus Cup as well. So we're a little bit out of the meta because we did miss out on those 2 casting days. But so far, everything's looking to line up like it used to. So Twilight Council, Forge, Gateway Explosion. We're going for a very gateway heavy follow-up after the 3rd base. This we're expecting it to be +1 into Blink. We're expecting +1 Blink Stalkers. We'll see if we do something crazy and go +1 into Charge instead. Oh, speaking of Charge, okay, we're going for a timing. So Blink is a way to build up in towards the mid to late game, to build up into a more robust setup. Going into early charge tells us early timing. Early charge timing with +1 and with Archons as well. Potentially with Storm, it's going to hit quite hard. And this can excel against more Link Bane heavy compositions and Link Hydra heavy compositions. But do you see what I see? Roach Warren. Roach Warren is throwing down, so save the Roach Warren out of Rogue. Roaches are exactly what he's going to need against a more Zealot heavy composition. So safe play here by Rogue. He does not try to rush into Hydra Tech, so he should be safe, assuming he's able to build up his army. So we get a cheeky build here by Classic. We'll see if he can pull this off. Ooh, cancels the Roach Horn, goes to the Baneling Nest. A bit of a misread here. Okay. Yeah, misread out of Rogue. Rogue, he didn't see any Zealots. He saw a couple of Adepts. He saw the 3rd base being saturated. He did not see the follow-up though. He did not see whether there were going to be Zealots or High Templar. So incomplete information. He's going Link Bane Muta. Right now, there is a window where Classic can abuse Rogue. There is now a window available. And we'll see if Classic can make use of this window. As Rogue is cutting corners. Does confirm the High Templar, now he knows. Nice surround, can we get the Archon? We can. Yeah, massive pickup here. Archon does go down. That denies 2 Storms. So 2 Storms are now gone, which is huge. Storm is almost done. And remember, Classic, this is it. The whole purpose of this build was to go for this timing attack, to go for this push, but now we're down to High Templar. So, so much of the wind has been taken out of the sails here for Classic, and now when he gets across the map, I mean, there's not really as much to work with. He's gonna have 2 Storms. 2 Storms, he should have had 4. So we'll see if he can hold. Yeah, can he hold on with pure Link Bane? Baneling's at Waddle in. Ooh, we forced out an early Storm. Yeah, 1 Storm is forced out. We have 1 Storm left. Ooh, Baneling connects. Storm on the Queens. The Queens are getting low, getting 1, getting up to 2. There we go, 1, 2 Queens going down, Zelsay charge in, and we're breaking through. Yeah, Classic, he does still break through here. A very nice Ace Trap goes off on all the Zerglings. Zelsay busts into the mineral line, every Queen goes down, and I was concerned that maybe sniping those High Templar early on would stop the push from working, but no, in the end, Classic, he has broken his opponent. He has broken Rogue, he takes down the expansion. In the end, canceling the Roach Warren did end up killing, or is killing Rogue, I should say. The Stasis Trap is running out. But there are more Zealots. We're just going to keep warping in Zealots, keep rallying. We just keep rallying across the map and try to end the game. Banelings are coming in. Storm of the Lings. Very nice Storm. Zelsay survive. And now there's no Banelings. There's no Banelings left. We have 4 Banelings morphing in. And again, Rogue, he did misread this game. That's why he canceled the Roach Warren. That's why he started the Baneling Nest. So big misread. Banelings are denied. And Classic takes the game. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he will take a lead in the series, taking game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. We were praising Rogue earlier, and we were like, oh, Roach One, he's playing safe, and then he canceled. Then he canceled the Roach One, and as we were trying to emphasize, when you cancel that Roach One, you are vulnerable to these charge and these storm timings, if not all in. Behind this, there was no 4th base. Cutting workers at 66. That was 3 base saturation into a massive all in there from Classic, and Classic did break Rogue. Again, it's a very difficult defense without Roaches. It was purely a Ling Bane defense, and again, this was even looking a little bit better for Rogue because he denied 2 storms. But even without those 2 storms, Classic still had enough. GG. GG well played with that, all good. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Rogue can bounce back. Once again, Rogue did misread the game. He did misread the situation, assuming that it was going to be Blink. That's why he cancelled. In the end, he did not confirm the tech of choice, did not confirm the army composition until it was too late. Let's go. Let us go. Yo, Esther Chase in the chat, papi. Yeah, papi, yeah. Esther Chase. Hope you're doing well, papi. Hope you're doing well. We miss you, papi. We miss you. Esther Chase. Good to see you. Good to see you. Have you been tempted to come back to StarCraft, papi? Have you been tempted? The temptation. But here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg, we have the South Korean Zerg down in the series. Can he bounce back and make a series out of this? It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Sanctuary. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss for Team Protoss Pro. It is Classic. Less than 3, Chase. Less than 3. See, the old school viewers in the chat should recognize Chase because he used to jump onto cast. Every now and then. Of course, Chase infamously, he is the Australian Zerg player that took down Probe in, I believe it was ESL Open Cup. It was the ESL Dare Open Cup, where Chase he stacked up 2 drones, one into the main, then hid a worker inside of the main base of Probe, and then proxy hashed the hell out of him. Infamous Zerg player, Esther Chase. Peak Chase, baby, peak Chase. Was that like Dare Open Cup number 9 or 7? I can't remember the number exactly. Yeah, crazy times, man. Crazy times. But regardless, we're going to be settling into Sanctuary 3. This time we do see a Nexus first at a Classic, but this is more standard or more commonly seen. Why is that? Because of the ramp. One, it's a bit of a longer or larger map, not as aggressive, not as small as, say, Rorschach or as small as Rainfall. And you have the ramp coming into the natural, so a bit of a safer defensive setup here for Classic does cut some corners. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have our Hatch Gas Pool. Rogue is going to be settling in. After what just happened in Game 1, we're expecting Rogue to play safer. Winding it back when it comes to the meta here, again, Classic, he met our expectations. We did mention how currently in the meta of PvZ, Protoss players are either going for these big all-ins, either it's 2 base or 3 base all-ins, or you're going into Skytoss. And last game, we did hit with Charge and with Storm, and with 3 base economy, Classic broke Rogue. This time, though, I imagine we're going to be going for a different build. So we'll keep an eye on the tech, we'll see if he goes into the Stargate, and we'll see if he goes into the Void Ray or the timing of the Twilight Council as well. Eyes will be on Classic. Otherwise, we're going to be opening up. And again, it's going to be on Rogue to scout, to react, and to survive Classic's aggression. Because again, we're expecting aggression. It was last game that Rogue took a risk, he took a chance, he did Gamba a little bit, and the Gamba did not quite work out. So we'll see if he Gambas again, or plays it safe. It is Rogue. Like, Rogue, he's known to take risks. He's known to be very aggressive and very chaotic, and he's known to take those chances. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But now Stargate. Stargate open out of Classic. So far so good. Rogue setting up for his third. When it comes to the third base defensive setup here, if you recall, we spoke about how the third base is very open and exposed on Blackrock. Here on Sanctuary 3, it's a little bit different. Yes, we do have the low ground third here, and it is very open, it's very exposed. You have the triangular third, which is a little bit safer, which is on the high ground, has a point of elevation. On top of that, there are towers you can knock down. You can knock down these towers, wall this area off. There are slow zones and a choke point in the center as well, so you can try to engage ahead of time and slow down a push. So there are ways to slow down or engage an incoming force. There are ways to do so, but again, we'll try not to get ahead of ourselves. For now, Oracle is going to be the Oracle opener. Classic setting up on said low ground as well. So far, looks like a standard greedy opener. I say greedy just because of the Nexus first. Remember, it was Nexus first, then to the Stargate, then to the third base as well. What we're looking for here is, do we go triple Oracle again, and the timing of the Twilight Council and the timing of the Forge. Or potential, like, Fleet Beacon, second Stargates, like, you think. We'll see. Oh, speaking of, that is a much earlier Twilight Council this time. Okay, you can see the Twilight Council and the Forge thrown down as the base was thrown down as well. Last game, we waited a little bit longer until the Nexus was more than halfway done. So faster tech here from a Classic, but the Forge tells us this most likely won't be like a Glaive Rush. There are builds where you can go third base into Glaive Adepts. Oh, and we're going for a Phoenix. Okay, so double Oracle this time into Phoenix. The goal of the Phoenix, of course, is to hunt down Overlords to deny vision and deny scouting. Meanwhile, we're expecting either +1 in Blink or +1 in Charge. There's a world where we could go +1 in Blink into like an 8-gate setup into a 3-base all-in. A lot of gateways are being thrown down. So eyes are on Classic. +1 in Charge again. Okay. Now, last game, Classic, he went up to 3-base saturation. He went up to 66 workers, rushed into the Temple Archives, and then he hit with Charge +1 in Storm off of 3-base saturation. We'll see if he does the same thing here, or if he does decide to try to hit earlier. Here comes the Temple Archives. It is going to be on the way. We'll see if he does invest into Storm, or just hits with Archons. I'm expecting this to be a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, Rogue throws down the safety Roach Warren. Last game he did cancel it. This time I'm hoping he does finish, especially with +1 Carapace on the way. This does feel like we're going to commit into Roaches this time. So safer play out of Rogue. Much safer. And again, Roaches, they're more beefy, they're tankier, they're built to tank storms and survive and be able to kite back against charge lots. They can be quite robust. Roach Warren does complete this time. And you can see Classic's getting ready. He's getting ready for his move out. He's actually already pushing. Now, if you remember, we did theorize, is he going to push pre-Storm this time to hit earlier? The answer is yes. Remember, there is no Storm. There's no Storm, only Archons. So this is a much earlier timing. But thankfully, we do have some safety Roaches. Yeah, plenty of Roaches to defend. Rogue, he's perfectly fine. And Classic, he's missing this first window of opportunity. He's missing this first timing. Behind this, he begins Blink and he begins Storm. This tells us that Classic, he has missed that window, he has missed that timing, and now he has to go for a later one instead. This will give Rogue a lot of time to drone, to saturate, more importantly, to make use of the Spire. Cheeky moves here out of Rogue, going for the Spire. It is risky, but again, he's safe. Like, he is safe to do so. This time, the build-up choice here from Classic has been much more unsuccessful. Very unsuccessful. Okay, he's just stuck at home. +2 has begun. Storm still on the way. And the Spire is complete. Now, there's still a window of opportunity here where, because we're spending so much resources on mutas, the ground army is going to be a little bit weaker. But despite that, the Spire is done. We still just made an extra wave of Roaches here. Like, Rogue, he's still playing very safe, making sure he has a ground army first before making mutas. So he's not being too greedy at all. As Revelation. Classic still stuck on 3 bases, still building up more here. High Templar, Storm. And these mutas are about to get out of hand. Back in the main base, we do have a safety cannon, thankfully. Nothing at the natural. And we do have some cannons on the way here at the 3rd. Yeah, we're setting it defensively. Mutas, they have been revealed. Phoenix production has begun. And the mutas, they will at least contain. They'll contain Rogue. And this will allow... they'll contain Classic. And this will allow Rogue to max out. Just move in. Moves in, he's going for the pylon. Won't actually depower anything, but does snipe a pylon nonetheless. Rotates over, denies the 4th. Oh my god. Yeah, denies the 4th base. Classic's out of position, surrounds all the Zealots as well. Very nice engage here for Rogue. Yeah, Rogue is just pulling Classic apart. And we're done with mutas at this point. Where you can see behind this reinforcement with more Lings, Banelings, Roaches. Rogue is almost maxed out. These mutas will be chased down, but they've done their job. Ideally, they would have gotten more damage, but hey, they still denied the 4th. They still denied the expansion. And this is Rogue. God. We got 45 Banelings morphing in. Rogue, he's ready. He's getting ready. When it comes to Classic's army, he's heavily reliant on storms. I will say that, right? Like, Rogue is up in army supply. He has a massive force to work with, but at the same time, some well-placed storms can shut Rogue down. Bailing speed is still not quite done either. Classic pushing onto creep. Meanwhile, Rogue he can flank. Uh-oh. Yeah, can flank the army. Classic pushing into the bases. There's the first storm. Bailey's they roll in. Ooh, they connect. Yeah, Bailey's they smash into the Stalkers. Now they got going with the High Templar. They get caught out. No. They get caught out. Massive connections here. The High Templar, they will go down. And Classic, he will lose everything here. He's down to just Stalkers. Yeah, just one Archon. Just Stalkers behind this as well. Rogue is moving in. Oh, gotta be careful there. He has to wait for reinforcements. We have 15 roaches on the way. Gets the Archon. Yeah, Archon goes down. That's what he wanted. That's all he wanted, Bathy. And now we can just fight. Now we can just fight head on. Chase down the Stalkers. Chase down the army. And the issue here as well is that Rogue, he takes the fight. He's remaxing. He's rebuilding. He can push. And I don't see Classic maintaining this fourth base. I don't see it happening. Changeling confirms lack of saturation. It's just now getting up and running. So Rogue, he knows he has a little bit of time to build up and to move out. And again, it's going to be a tough defense here for Classic. When he cannons, shield batteries, defensive storm. There are 2 at Templar. There's going to be 1 NG overcharge. Rogue is moving in. There's 1 storm. Yeah, there's 1 storm so far. Does land. So decent connection, but the roaches are still pushing forward. That's a lot of Stalkers going down. Here go the Bailings. Oh my god. Bailings, they smash into the Zealots. Oof. Yeah, bars are connecting, and we're just forcing the army further back. Takes down the side defense, catching out the Archon. Bailings, they smash into the mineral line. They smash in, back. And Rogue just waiting for reinforcements. You can see he runs out of Lings, runs out of Bailings, pulls back the Ravagers, does preserve them. And he's ready for another wave. And you can see Classic plummet in supply. And again, it was just a really rough opener for Classic. Referring to Classic, he went for an early charge timing. It fell on its face, and Classic was playing from behind from there. He was just playing catch-up. Never got a 4th up and running. Never completely. When he moved out, he got surrounded. He got shut down. Due to the early game. Due to the mutas more than anything, because they gave Rogue so much time to max out. Oh god. Cuidado, papi, cuidado. Cuidado. And here comes wave 2. Now behind this we have a fleet beacon, so Classic is trying to turtle up into Sky Toss. That is the goal. Classic has been given time to build up more storms. He now has 5 High Templar. There's a world where Rogue is giving Classic too much time, and with some well-placed storms, yeah, the storms are connecting. Lands 1. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 storms. We got 2 more left. Very nice storms on the roaches. Jesus. Yeah, Rogue, he just tanks it. Yeah, tanks the storms, keeps on pushing, and he still has enough. Wow, he still has too much. Bailey's, they smash in, they catch out the army. There's nothing left. That was a messy fight from Rogue, but he's still overwhelmed. He takes all the storms to the face. It's fine, Pappy, it's fine. Zealots get for a counterattack, they catch a queen. 4th base goes down. As I mentioned, there was no way for Classic to defend it. I thought that maybe with those 5 High Templar, and again, the storms were good, but there was just nothing else behind it. Nothing else behind it. That's where it gets pushing further in. And pushing further in. Getting into the mineral lines. Going for the natural. And at this point, Classic just cannot keep up. Not economically. Not economically, not production-wise, of course, either. Lings, they get themselves the robos, getting themselves the production. Files are connecting. And we're looking to bring into the ace match. We're going to game 3. Going to the ace match. We've got some ultras on the way just for a little bit of flair towards the end. The flare, Bappy. Oh, God. In the end, 45 plus probes going down. 46. 47. 47 probe kills. We got the mothership on the way. Let's go. Yo, with a well-placed cloak, we can survive a little bit longer. True, true. We can survive. Meanwhile, Rogue again, still just rallying, this time with ultras. Now his ultras they're built to tank. We do have kindness plating. Kindness plating is done. Storm comes in on the Bailings. Bailings, they still make it through. And GG. GG gets called. We're going to game number 3. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Again, just a really rocky start there for Classic. Classic did shift gears, did mix things up. He did go for an earlier Twilight Council, earlier Forge, earlier upgrades, earlier charge move out across the map. But this time, Rogue played it safe. This time, Rogue did not cancel the Roach Warren. He finished it. Finished the Roach Warren, made some 7 safety Roaches as well. He had his Queens. The first Zealot push was deflected, was shut down. And that set Classic up for a rough early to mid game. It meant that he was stuck at home. He had to wait for Storm. He had to wait for Storm. He had to wait for upgrades. He had to wait for 3-base saturation. By the time he did, Mutas had hit the field. They bought more time for Rogue to max. GG. GG well played. Rogue maxed out. He ensured that the 4th base never got operational there for Classic. Never got up. And that leads us into the ace match. We're loading into game 3. Going to be loading into Lockdown. Let's go. Let us go. It's winnable, Pappy Tree. Ah. The copium. True. Let's go. Let's go. We're loading into game 3 here and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Lockdown. We have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, bringing back the series and forcing the ace match. Can he go all the way? It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. So far we have seen 2 different charge-based builds out of Classic. Game 1, he went for a bit of a later timing. Because it was later, we saw that Rogue believed that he was safe and he cancelled the Roach Warren. He got hit by Charge, +1, and Storm all hitting at once. In Game 2, Classic went for an earlier charge timing, but it got shut down completely. Rogue went for a safety Roach Warren into safety Roaches. He deflected it and was able to build up and just snowball out of control from there. Here, we're expecting Classic to show us something different. It's one of those things where you really don't want to rely on the same build multiple times in a series, especially in PvZ. So we're expecting either a heavy commitment into Blink Stalkers, we're expecting either a Void Ray opener into Sky Toss, we're expecting like a Mothership Rush or Glaive Adepts. We're expecting something different here. Welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is a larger map, longer rush distance by ground, very safe and secure natural due to the high ground. You can also knock down these towers, secure your high ground 3rd base as well. We do have a choke point coming into the 3rd. Building up and stabilizing on 3 bases is pretty viable for sure. I will say that this low ground position here can be abused. If you're defending on 3 bases, and you can try to take advantage of the low ground, take advantage of this space, and try to push into the natural or up into the 3rd, depending on which is least defended. That is something that does occur, of course, on this map. So we'll see. We shall see. Eyes are mainly on Classic. For the most part, Rogue has been reacting, responding. At times has taken some risks and has paid for it, of course. Don't get me wrong. That happened in game 1. But we're expecting Rogue to just play it safe, calm down. If the expectation is for Rogue to play safe and go into Roaches again, then Classic can try to abuse that by going into a Void Ray heavy build. But the Spire is still very naturally like coming out of the Roach Warren opener anyway, so yeah, we'll see. We shall see. Do we 8-gate? Do we go for an 8-gate Blink Stalker all in? Maybe. I mean, especially on smaller maps, we have seen that, of course. On some of these larger maps, it's a little bit more harder to get away with, just because you have to pay extra to morph in all those gateways and to get your warp gates online. We'll see. For now, Stargate opener. Everything's looking normal. Hatch gas pool. Rogue is ready for his 3rd. I see Savage on that. What patch is that? Whatever is the current live patch. I think, is there a command? The stream, the patch, the game is live. If it's ever a replay cast, then expect it to be on another iteration of the game, or expect it to be in the title, of course. So we got a command just for you, Cyberjun. For now, again, it's going to be the short Oracle opener. Does open Oracle. We'll soon move out. And again, we're waiting to see the follow-up here. Here we go. Here, Classic taking the triangular third. Bold move. Does go for the low ground third base. He's looking to set up. The first Oracle does move out, and the Queens are in position. They should be. So triple Queens here at the natural. Ooh, that's a lot of hull damage. Yeah, Classic getting a little bit greedy. Gets one drone kill, but will sustain a lot of hull damage there. Not quite worth it, I would say. Does thankfully keep the Oracle alive, and we'll see if we can maintain ourselves. Meanwhile, that's an early Eva chamber. We're expecting +1 melee. I say we're expecting. We have been seeing some +1 carapace openers recently, just because of the recent change to the carapace upgrade, as it is now cheaper. So I should bear that in mind. But we're expecting +1 melee. Oh no! Ooh, one Oracle goes down. Does scout the Eva chamber. Does confirm the +1 melee. And there it is. Melee's on the way. So Classic, he's aware that there's a high chance that we're going to be skipping roaches. So actually, charge would work here. Yeah, Twilight Council, Forge. Third base is finishing up. We're expecting charge again. So Oracle does poke in. Gets one. Gets one drone. But again, it's still been a rough start for Classic, losing that first Oracle. There we go, charges on the way. Just to re-emphasize here, these charge-based builds are ideal if your opponent is skipping roaches, because Classic scattered the early Eva chamber that screams +1 melee, that screams Lingbane Hydra or Lingbane Muta, and there's a lower chance that there's going to be roach play. So this is a reaction to what he just scouted, and this can hit quite hard. Can hit hard. I mean, hey, you saw that in game 1. Not saying it's impossible to defend with Lingbane. It is possible, it's just more difficult. Like, you need a lot of Lingbane to keep up. Eyes on the Temple Archives. We'll see if we rest into Storm. Yep, there it is. So this will be hitting with Storm. Storm, Charge, and +1. This is the same build that Classic went for in game 1. Now, in game 1, again, Rogue had a very hard time defending, but a reason for that as well is that he was going for the Spire and he was trying to bank up resources for his Muta play. This time he's going Lingbane Hydra. So Hydra Den will finish faster and it will come online faster as well. Rogue, he will have a standing army. It comes down to the storms. It comes down to the storms, comes down to the connections, it comes down to the Baneling speed timing, it comes down to the angle of attack as well. So it's going to be an intense couple of moments here. It's going to be intense. Rogue, he does confirm the Gateway Explosion. He also confirms all the charge lots. Like, he sees Zealots, and Zealots mean one thing and one thing only. Charge timing. So he knows. Rogue, he's cutting workers at 68. So 3 base saturation, cutting workers. He does not drone up his 4th base, not completely. He's just transferring workers. So just transferring. Oh, he now drones. That is a bold move. He's droning up as we speak. Storm is now done. We see Rogue setting up a counterattack. Eyes are on Classic's army. We have Overseers, we have Spotterlings. And Rogue, he gets away with the droning. He drones up to 80. And Classic is getting a 4th base. Ooh, so Classic, he's staying defensive. Yeah, he's going to turtle. He's turtling up into the Fleet Beacon. Oh no, the Templar! The Templar! Massive pickup here. 6 Templar go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Classic caught with his pants down. Massive blunder for Classic. He'll lose everything. 6 High Templar. Oof. 6 Templar. All the Zealots. The 4th base now is exposed. And remember, we're building up Hydras. We can go for a Hydra counterattack. Yeah, massive loss there for Classic. And that one moment might have just been game. That might have just been game. That would have been what, 6+ storms? Like that's crazy. that was an insane amount of High Templar. And that would have made for an easier defense to try to get away with getting into the mothership and building up in towards a longer and later game. Ay. And here comes Rogue. Rogue is coming. We have 5 Templar currently. They're all here at the 4th base location. So 5 Templar. Baneling drop into the main. Rogue is moving in. Baneling rotates towards the 3rd. And Classic does react. You were going to drop. Oh no. What a mess. Oh my god. Yeah, Storm Shots on the Banelings. Banelings, they move in though. They catch out the Zealots. Yeah, Zealots are going to fall. They roll into the mineral line. Probes are going to go down. Oh, massive connections. 17 probe kills. At the same time, the 4th base has fallen. The 4th base has fallen. Again, Classic's he's been torn apart. He just had a very rough early to mid game. Losing 6 High Templar that early on while trying to build up into a 4th was brutal. As I mentioned, like that was almost game then and there, right? To lose that many Templar that early on. It would have been a much cleaner defense if he had retained that, of course. With that many Templar and with additional Templar to morph in, that means you can just leave like 3 High Templar at each expansion. You can have your storms ready. You don't have to react with your entire army to pull back and forth. Rogue going for the 3rd. Ah, the cloak. We have to burn cloak to defend, to survive. Burns the cloak. Now going to be on cooldown. And Rogue is getting ready for wave number 2. He's getting ready for round 2. Ay. And with that, Rogue is moving in. Laps in. Storms, they will connect. Nice storms. Nice storm, nice slow zone. In Classic trading as best he can. The best fight he can hope for. Very nice fight here, but despite that, the Archon still goes down. Does retain the Hydras. And Classic is holding. He's holding. He's surviving. Getting up to 7? 5. Had 7, now down to 5. 5 High Templar, 1 Archon. Holding on with pure storms. 4th base not being taken. And Rogue needs to open up the map. Like right now, there's a lot of choke points, a lot of rocks have been knocked down. Gotta open the map up. Tech up as well. Spire is nice. Infestation Pit would be better. So Spire is on the way. A Pit would be nice to go into Hive Tech and to start working towards spellcasters. If need be. Or even just ultras. So Rogue's teching is a little bit lackluster. It is lackluster, yeah. Is there a world where Classic can defend and just turtle and survive for the next couple of minutes and max out? I mean, if anyone's gonna do it, it would be Classic. Ooh. Even here, Rogue's throwing away, what, 20 Zerglings? Just throws them away. Still no infestation pit, still no hive. Rogue, are we pulling a solar? Are we are we gonna brick? No. Rogue still has the economic advantage, don't get me wrong. But he is not taking. The Bailey, Jesus. The advantage roll in. Oh my god, 3 Templar go down. At the same time, we have Bane the Hydra on the right-hand side. Once again, Classic gets caught. And this Nexus should fall. It's going to be close here. The army does race back home. Storm zones. Hydras, they get forced back. How many corruptors do we make? 9. That's a lot of corruptors for one mothership. Still no infestation bit. There we go. Now, like 3 minutes late. So, very late, very late pits. This is giving Classic. Oh no, I was going to say it gives him the opportunity, but he will lose everything. Massive connections. 25 probes and the Nexus as well. Never mind. Rogue is fine. It's fine. I was going to be like, yo, is there a chance that Classic can just turtle up and fortify himself and survive? Now he's forced to push. And now he's forced on creep. Losing a base, losing more than a mineral line, and more bandits will be rolling in. Oh geez, the storms are crazy. And we get some nice storms. Corruptors, they take down the mothership. And with that, Classic, he has nothing left. He has nothing left to lose the mothership, lose the High Templar, the Archons, the Zealots, everything. The Protoss army crumbles, and Rogue will claim the series. GG, well played, Rogue. He will claim the series 2-1. GG. GG well played. Again, a very rough start there for Classic. Once again, winding it back. Classic, he did open up charge into early storm, into +1. He ended up not moving out, though. He chose to stay home and get a 4th base, to stay home and defend, which is fine. He stayed home, got a 4th base, got a fleet beacon, but as he was staying back home, he got caught out in the open. He was mid-rotating his army in between the forward 4th base and the 3rd, and he was out in the open, and he lost 6 High Templar. 6 Templar went down. That meant that when we saw the main push from Rogue, it was that much easier to pull apart the army and to break the 4th. That's exactly what happened. 4th base went down, economy went down, and Classic just crumbled. The game kept going for like another 5 to 8 minutes, but it was just Classic playing from behind. And we did see the Rogue to take a long time to tech himself. Like Rogue, he was making mistakes in his own way, but in the end was still overwhelmed. Or Rogue was making some mistakes, but in the end, Classic was still overwhelmed. In the end, Classic was still too far behind. GG. GG well played. With that, we are getting ready here for our next matchup. We're getting ready for the semi-finals. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the matchups yourselves. Let's go. Let us go. Let's catch up. Okay, from the top, we do have herO. herO takes down Perceive 2-0. He's up against Max in a PvP in the quarterfinals. When it goes up against Rogue in the semis. Scrolling down, we have Percival. Percival, he takes down Homeowner 2-0, takes down Nightmare 2-0, and Percival is up against Shin in the semifinals as well. Shin just took down Solar 2-1, so big win there for Shin. Likewise, Nightmare took down Down 2-1 as well. But again, PvP and ZVZ and TVT, all 3 mirror matchups are hyper aggressive right now. Very cheesy and very chaotic. Anyone can win anything, and we're just gonna update. herO takes down MaxMax 2-1, but very nicely done out of MaxMax. To take a game off of herO, usually it's a little bit more one-sided, so really cool to see MaxMax fighting back there. But we have a top 4. We have a top 4, herO, Rogue, Percival, and Shin. Those are going to be our next matchups, our next series. Likewise, if you notice something here, we're missing some of the Europeans, specifically Clem. Looks like Clem has taken the week off. Clem is nowhere to be found, so typically when it comes to Terran representation, we have Clem. Another player that's missing here tonight is Cure. Cure is also no stranger to semis or even grand finals, but Cure is also absent. Who's the other player missing here? Let's have a look here. So I'm looking at Cure, I'm looking at Clem. Those are the 2 that mainly come to mind, because we have all 3 Zergs, and we have even Zan for Protoss. Yeah, no. Those are the 2 that come to mind. As we are setting up. So because of the absence of the Team Liquid boys, we do see that Percival, he has to wave that Terran flag by himself. Yeah, solito. It's on Percival. And we'll see how far I can go. And spawning in the bottom corner of BlackRock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing himself. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Onside. It is Shin. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Now, jumping into this here, Terran players have been hyper aggressive in the new meta in the current patch, of course. We've been seeing a lot of drop play, a lot of multiplayer aggression in the mid to late game here. And Percival, he's one of the faster players out there. That is what he's known for. If you watch Percival's TVZ, he's a very fast player. He's very active, he's very chaotic, he's very aggressive. The downside is that once that aggression subsides, then it can go very south for Terran players, for Percival, Clem, Cure alike. So you have to be able to keep up that momentum, maintain your army, maintain your efficiency, and then you can just snowball out of control. We'll see if that's going to be the case here as we do open up CC first. Okay. So straight up CC first. Now, I mentioned this previously, I'll mention it again, that I'm a little bit inexperienced when it comes to the most recent, latest iteration of the hotfix, so hotfix B. Just because we missed out on last week's WardiTV Monday and Pegasus Cup. So I haven't been seeing too much of recent TVZ and too much of the CC first build. So I'm curious to see if there's even a way to punish something like this. Bearing in mind that what I'm referring to is that in the most recent hotfix, CCs are now 100 minerals cheaper. They're now much cheaper, so going for faster command centers and faster third bases and faster fourth bases is much easier. On top of that, we also got the change and buff to the ghosts as well when it comes to reducing the supply cost. So there are a lot of people that have been theorizing, myself included, that will incentivize hyper defensive play instead of mass aggression, to turtle up to get up to 2, 3, 4 bases, get into mass ghost, and then snowball from there. So we'll see how Percival is approaching the matchup. I still stand by saying that he's typically a much more aggressive player, even if it might be more meta or it might be better and superior to just defend a turtle into mass ghost. Percival is not really the kind of player that would do that to begin with. It's not his style, thankfully. Thankfully. Who would do that? I'm thinking Cure, thinking Mara, of course. Meanwhile, that is a third CC before second rank. Jesus! Hyper greed! Third CC before second ranks. This is what, 3CC 3 ranks, I would imagine. But this is a hyper accelerated version of 3CC 3 ranks. Jesus. Okay, let's go. This is where I have to this is where I come to the chat as well and ask if this has become more prevalent in TVZ. As I mentioned, TVZ is a matchup that we have not been covering too much on the channel this past week. But basically, this is a hyper greedy build, hyper greedy with an insanely fast third base. It does hit with a stim timing later on, but by no means is this meant to be an all-in. Like, this hits with 3x stim, a heavy marine count to gain some map control while Percival claims his third. Now, where does the real strength lie in this build? The strength lies in 3-base saturation. Because of how quickly the natural and the third base are, we're going to be able to build up to 2-base saturation faster than normal. We'll have an extra couple of mules as well, more than normal on top of that, so extra mules, faster 2-base saturation, and more importantly, faster 3-base saturation into a fast double E-base setup. Jesus. I can see Terran players experimenting with 3CC 3 racks double eBay into an 8 racks 3 base all in. I can see players experimenting with that. I don't know how strong that's going to be because of the Baneling buff. Because of the change of the Banelings, 8 racks did fall out of fashion. They did fall out of the meta last year, if you remember. Like, 8 racks used to be all the craze, and bam, we got the Baneling buff, and then 8 racks died out. I'm curious if the strength of the economic build that we're seeing here does put 8 racks back on the table when it comes to the meta. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Because 8 racks is the strongest behind an economic opener like this. And this is even more extreme than what we're used to seeing. So that's kind of like where my mind is going in regards to like builds that become more viable and how the meta can potentially shape out in a couple of weeks. Otherwise, this might just be a really strong way to build up into the mid game and then to start your kind of like parade pushing and mass drop play. It could just be used just as a launch pad for that. Otherwise, Shin just going hatch gas spool, droning, saturating into Baneling Nest. This is going to be off of one Evo chamber. So this is a bit of a misread here out of Shin. Shin did not scout, so Shin's not aware of the greed that's going on. Basically, early one Evo chamber like this is ideal against 2-on-1s. Against 3-on-1s though, against 3 CC 3 Raxes, I would say that this is not as impactful because the Terran player is not being as aggressive. So basically, this early upgrade does mean that the lair is going to be later, Baneling speed is going to be later, and the second Evo chamber is going to be later as well. Meanwhile, Percival going for a Beyond move out. Okay, he's pushing pre-medevac. This is risky. This is very risky here. Does catch the Overlord. Pushing further in. Banelings are about to finish, and Shin is going to be locking this down. Yeah, coming in for this round, he wants these Marines, and he's got to get them. Oh my god, massive connections, shuts down the Marines, and Shin holds. Shin does hold on again. This was a really risky move out from Percival. It was not worth it. It was not worth it. Killed 2 drones for how many? For 9 Marines. Did trade against Zerglings, I suppose, to get an Overlord, but yeah, that was messy. Behind this, Shin going Ling Bane Muta. Oh. This is a really nice, this is a very nice flexible approach after not opening up double Evo chamber, right? Because he only has 1 chamber, he has limited ways to, oh no, he does get a second chamber, never mind. Gets a second chamber, getting to 2-1 upgrades. I was about to say that typically you can cut upgrades, cut Evo chambers to get a faster Spire, but that's not happening here. We're still investing into the upgrades, so we're not rushing into Muta. This is Muta off of a 4-based economy. Like we're droning up, getting a 4th base. Much later Muta play. Meanwhile, Percival is getting a 4th CC and a 2nd factory and his gases. So Percival just playing into the mid game, into the mid to late game. He's not going for an 8-rax, he's not going for a 3-base timing. Just playing it out standard with a boosted economy. Oh, we'll bleed out 4 Marines. So again, a little bit wasteful here for Percival. Nice target firing. Yeah, nice target firing. Still does bleed out an extra couple of Marines. Here comes the main push. Percival chases down. He does not get the tank. Tank does survive. Percival is holding. So he's able to move out. Again, Mutas are on the way. Percival, can he hit that 4th base? Can he get there? He's on the way. He's on the way, setting up. Bane's to catch out a portion of the army. Ooh. Yeah, we can see Shin second guessing himself a little bit there, but he will clean up. He'll clean up the tanks go down, the medevacs go down as well, and Shin, he will shut down this push. Back across the map, Lings, they delay the 4th. They lay the 4th base, medevacs they get caught as well. Mines, they will burrow. Ooh, nice connections. Nice mine shots. Even catching out a Mulus as well. We're getting messy. We're getting messy here. So Shinny does win the fight. He does pick up some SCVs. That's more workers going down, getting up to 10 SCV kills. 11, 12. Yeah, 11, 12, up to 13. Not quite. 12 SCVs go down. Nice damage here by Shin. Nice counterattack. This is giving Shin time to rebuild, to build up more Ling Bane, to get ready for the counterattack. He's taking a little momentum away from Percival. And we spoke about it earlier that right now in the meta, Terran players, they need that momentum. They need to keep up the pressure. Without it, it all falls apart. Oh boy. So Shin is being given a lot of time. Now, something that does balance out the production of the Zerg player here are the Widow Mines, right? Widow Mines are hit so hard and so fast. Mine drop into the mineral line. 7 drones going to be going down. No detection. Oh. Overseer now arrives. Widow Mine tries to waddle away, but I won't be able to. Not quite. Percival does catch one of the Mutalisks. Shin, again, building up, getting further ahead. I will say this pit is quite late, actually. So a late infestation pit. Shin, he had the resources, he had the gas for it, he had the money. Late infestation pits. 3-3. This is going to be a window in time where Percival has 3-3 over the 2-2 of Shin. And again, Percival has to do everything he can to be active like this. Doesn't quite catch the Mutas. Will catch all these Banelings, though. Okay. Nice denial. Oof. Mutas that do take a Widowmine to the face. But it will catch Marauders. Oh no! Oh my god, another mine. Another mine pops off. Jesus. Almost another. And these mines, they're gaining value here. Gaining a lot of value. Punishing Shin. Shin is maxing out. 3-3 is more than halfway done. Meanwhile, the Hive only just now begins for Shin. Oh my god, so we just take the Banelings to the face. Thankfully, it was mainly Marauders, thankfully. As Marauders, they tank well. Marauders, they tank. Widowmines, they don't quite pop off. Yeah, they don't quite connect at the same time we're moving in with his Banelings. No, he's not looking! Oh my god! First of all, he's not looking, Pappy. Not quite paying attention with that massive connections here for Shin. It cleans up the army, counterattacks as well, and Percival, he's in trouble. Again, he was inattentive. SCV is going to be going down. Banelings, they bust into the mineral line. And this is critical damage. Critical damage. You can see just one wrong thing. I say one wrong thing. It was just a cascading effect here where everything just went wrong there for Percival. Losing his drops, losing his main push. Losing map control, losing momentum, losing SCVs. Now suddenly Shin is maxed. Shin is maxed out. He's up 80 supply. And Percival, he lost too much momentum, too quickly. And now there's no shot that he can survive this. That he can hold on. Not like this. Not like this. Percival racing back home to defend, setting up his mines. There's a world where if we can get the juiciest mine shots, then maybe, but there's just so much Ling Bane. It breaks into the mineral line. More SCVs going down. Oh no, the Marines! Even connect with Marines, connect with the Bio. Lings, they pull back around. And Shin is still coming. He's still coming. Doesn't quite get the turrets. Once again, a little bit inattentive there from Shin. Bleeds out his Lings. Lings are cleaned up at the same time. These Mutas, they are not breaking through this. Oh my god, takes a mine shot to the face. So again, Shin being quite wasteful. Throwing away 9 Mutalisks. 9 Mutas for 5 SCVs, not worth it. But it's fine. I mean, Shin, he's still maxed out. Even without the upgrades. Oof. Bases on the mines. Jesus. The mines are still popping off that. Oh my god. Forcing some of the fire. They bust into the mineral line. Again, another reservation trade here from Shin, but still gets 4 SCVs. Not really quite worth it, to be honest. Like, this was a lot of Lings being thrown away. Very messy. And we just smashed into the mineral line, and this time much more worth it. That was 87 Zerglings. For 16 SCVs. Again, not the best trade from Shin, but I mean, he can afford it, so it's okay. Kindness, 3-3, Kindness Plating, Adrenal, Ultra Tech. Now, switching into Ultras like this is going to slow Shin down. So Shin is going to be slowed down. This will allow for Percival to build up back at home, but he's still stuck with a very fragile army of Marines, Marauders, Medevacs, and Mines. What do I mean by that? No Ghosts. No Ghosts, no Liberators. Marauders are okay. They can be okay. But it's a very mid-tier army. First of all, he's not quite ready for the ultras. Or why would he be? As we bet at the mind shots this time, ultras are revealed. Here comes Shin. He's pushing. He's breaking out. Were the mutalisks thrown away? They were. So we're down to only 6 mutalisks, barely any. Shin collapsing on the main army. He's going for the main fight, does force a pickup. Again, limited anti-air. This time base at the mines. And Shin is going for the economy. Or at least he's trying to. It's getting quite messy here. It's getting messy. Oof. Shin does throw away a lot of supply here. Doesn't really get much done for it. Head down to 1 Ultralisk. We mentioned this earlier that the switch into Ultras slows down the Zerg production and it allows Percival to build back up. On top of that, Percival, he triple expands. Right? He's getting what, a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th base all at the same time. And they're getting up and running. It's happening. Percival, he's back in this. He's got ghosts. Ghosts have arrived. Despite the advantage that Shin had, that he should have had, he's losing that lead. Oh. He's losing it. Again, Shin has just been a little bit too wasteful. This time a much better run by 10 SCV kills. Shin's main army moving in, shows the mine shots. The mines. Up. Oh my god. Yeah, mines are connect. Bailey's a smash into the planetary. Planetary should go down. Oh. Barely. Just barely. Again, a very intense trade here from Shin. He invested so heavily into that. At the same time, Lings, they drop into the main. Going for the production. Shin supply blocked. But he's killing a lot of SCVs. 29 SCVs going to be going down. Lings, they do delay some of the production, catching up some of their axes. But this is a very messy game now. It's very, very messy. Jesus. So again, the mine shots are popping up. Shin trying to retake map control. Trying to. But now we have a healthier ghost count. Do we land the EPs? Oh! Ooh. Doesn't quite land the snipe. Again, Shin, he's hoping he's hoping to land those fungals. Does kill the CC, no lift. Oh, no lift for Percival. Bit of miscontrol. Wasn't attentive. You can see Percival is also running out of resources. We need more bases. Retaking bottom right. Percival spots the expansion. Shin, he's making a bit of a more complex army, a little bit. There's a couple of corruptors in the mix. We got the infestors, of course. We got fungal growths. But as I mentioned, the momentum that Shin once had, he did lose it. He did throw it away. Oh my god. When Shin was throwing away, what, like 70 links for 10 workers, if that's, like, he was being very, very wasteful and also, like, running into multiple bases, bleeding out his ultras. Shin did make mistakes. And Percival is recovering. And we can see the shit. Oh, he's hoping to land those fungals. He's looking down the army. Uh-oh. Yeah, Percival is trapped. The Fungals! Oh my god. Fungal does graze. More Fungals coming in. And Percival has to get the hell out of here. He almost got caught out. Gasito, that'd be Gasito. Percival pulls away. Fusion cores in production. That's going to be for Liberator range. We're going for that Ghost Liberator transition. Percival is almost there. Shin is committing. Baits at the mines. Mines get baited. Bailey's going to be rolling in as well. Can he get through the choke points? Having a hard time. Having a very hard time. Better engage here for Percival. Much stronger fight. Better concave. It cleans up the ultras. Catches down most of Ling Bane. Shin is supply blocked again. Oh, the mine shot. Oh my god. Yeah, Shin trying to reach that planetary. Does barely make it through. Gets into the middle line. At the same time, attempt to drop into the main. Is cleaned up. Shin defends. And Percival, look at his... Percival defends. And Shin, look at his bank. Shin, he has no gas. Shin, he's down to no gas bank. We need to take these gases. Now Shin realizes he's now taking gases on the left-hand side. No gases here. One gas top left. Now gases in the center. So Shin, he does realize he is broke. Shin, he needs time. He needs gas. As he's running out of gas everywhere else. Running out of gas, minimal saturation. Aye. Did we lose any infestors? We did. There's only one. So one infestor left. 2 vipers remaining as well. First we're pushing through the center. Shin actually going for a massive counterattack instead. It does move in. There's an orbital, not a planetary. Gonna be forced to lift. At the same time, Percival pushing deep on the creep. Takes down one of the mining bases. Shin's coming in. The mines. So far, nice split here from Shin. Avoids the mine connections. Does force a pickup, and he wants his medevacs. He wants them. Doesn't quite catch up the army. Oh, the ultras get thrown away. Yeah, missed rally there from Shin. Throws away the ultras. Fungals, they land on the medevacs. We get some decent connections here. The Bailings! The Fungal! Oh my god! The Fungal connects! He gets every single ghost as well. Massive Fungal! Oh my god. Personally, plummets the supply. That was all the ghosts. That was all the ghosts. One infestor, one Fungal. That's all that Shin needs. And with that, Shin, he snowballs out of control. He breaks the main army, pushing into the natural, going for the production. And with that Shin, he has done it. He has done it. Ay. That was what? That was 10 ghosts. Oh, God. Sorry, 15. That was 15 ghosts going down. Catching out 2 more towards the end. One wrong move, Pappy. One fight. That's it. That's game. Now with that Shin, he's came to the main base, came to the production. Catching up the Marines. No overseer, no detection, so this is a little bit messy. But for the most part, Shin is fine. He just keeps rallying. Just keeps on rallying. Detection would be nice. These mines are resetting. The mines are resetting. No. But GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin does take a lead in the series. Again, Percival, he had a very impressive recovery in this game. Shin had a massive lead when he was able to cripple the army, cripple the economy, and max out as well. We did take notes, of course, that Shin, he, after taking a lead, was becoming very wasteful. He was throwing away a lot of Lings, a lot of Ultras, a lot of Banelings. It allowed for Percival to take better fights, more efficient engagements, and start to recover in that game, triple expanding behind it and building back up his economy. So a really impressive comeback there from Percival, but did come down to that final couple of moments there where both armies were maxed out. Percival had a super maxed army, but got caught, got fungled. Massive fungal, massive connections, losing 14 ghosts. GG. GG well played. With that, we're now getting ready here for game number 2, and we'll see if Percival can bring it back. We'll see if Shin can close it out as we load into Washout. Let's go. Let us go. It's catching up. Feels lucky for Shin. I mean, you say that at the same time. I mean, it was fortunate that Shin, he did have one of his infestors outside of the main army control group. So it survived all like the engagements that were going on, referring to that one infestor bottom left. But yeah, landed the fungal, locked down the army. GG. And here we go. We're going to be loading into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Washout. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself. We have the South Korean Terran down in the series. Can he bounce back and make a series out of this? It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. Good, leading that series. We're going to claim it here and now. Eyes are on our players here. Now, remember, one of the reasons why Percival had such a strong mid game, or was supposed to have a strong mid game, was his build of choice. He did go for a CC first into a third CC before second Rax. It was a 3 CC 3 Rax build out of Percival. We saw that Percival, he was overly aggressive early on. He did lose momentum, did lose map control, and Shin had the stronger early to mid game, if you recall. That's how Shin got into a better position. That's how Shin was able to gain control in the mid game as well. Eventually did lose control, that is true, but did get there. We'll see how Percival does mix things up as we open up with a Rax first. So already mixing up his build. Remember, last game it was CC first. So a more standard, I guess, safer start here from Percival. Shin opening up hatch first. No early pool timing. Hatch pool gas. This is lined up so that the early queens and lings will be able to deflect and keep up with the first Reaper. And likewise to be able to shut down 2 Rax Reaper, even proxies as well. So safe build here by Shin, which has become much more standard, of course, going for later gases. Otherwise we can settle in. MVP Infestor. I think MVP played Zerg. Yo, that reminds me, that also reminds me, if you're an old school fan of StarCraft, someone got married over the weekend. Terror got married. I was a blast from the past. I was checking socials. I think it was on Saturday or Sunday. It might have been Sunday. I was checking socials, and creator he went to the wedding, and yeah, so big shout out to Terra, of course, getting married. Big shout out. For those who remember, Terra, he was on Prime back in the day. He was on Prime. Was teammates with Creator. With Cassia back then. With a bunch of the others, of course. So big shout out to Terra. I believe he was teammates with Beyond back when Beyond was on Prime. Oh, jeez! Oh my God! That Reaper does pull away. It does pull away. So from here, we're just going to be opening up. Again, a much more standard build here, just going into a 1-1-1, into a second Rax as well, most likely into a third Rax, into a 3-1-1 setup before the third CC. So a much more delayed third expansion here at a Percival, much more aggressive. Okay, much more aggressive. Going for the add-on swap into an early stim. No add-on swap, Viking first. Okay. Interesting. So again, we're opening up. It's going to be a 2-1-1, but the Viking first ideally will hide the build and hide the sim timing. Looking at Shin's vision, Shin, he's unaware of what's going on, but the Overlord is coming. God damn it. But the Overlord is going to be coming in. The Viking will help shut this down. This will confirm at least the 1-1-1. As Shin attempts to scout, he sees the empty reactor. No, he sees the racks. Yeah, he saw the floating racks as well, so big scout towards the end. Shin knows. Shin is aware. Basically, a regular 1-1-1 would have extra Hellions. We only have 2 Hellions, and it can lead into Banshee play. But Shin, he confirmed that there was no factory on the reactor. He confirmed the second racks, and he also is aware of the starport with the Viking. Is aware that it's going to be a 2-1-1 variation. So he does not have to worry about Banshees. Doesn't have to worry about Banshees. Doesn't have to worry about early Hellion aggression, as there are only 2 Hellions. Now, I did say 2-on-1. It is a 3-1-1, I believe, into a third TC. So a very delayed third TC here for Percival. This does mean that Percival needs to get damage done with this, otherwise he will fall behind. So very late third. The pressure is on the Terran. And unfortunately, he got scouted. Because of that scout, Shin, he should be aware he can drone up to around 2.5 base saturation. It's getting up to almost 3 base saturation, of course not taking his gases, but this would be the time to now fixate on taking a 4th base and focusing on Ling Bane production. Oh, that is going to be a later Baneling nest. Ah. Early singular Eva chamber. Okay. So it's going to be a later nest. It's going to be a later Baneling speed timing. And we'll see what Percival can get done. Because here comes Percival. Here we go, just waiting for a second medevac. Starting to move out. Tank is pushing. So the Marines. Here comes the Terran. Now, as I mentioned, behind this, there won't be any Baneling speed to defend. There will be some Banelings, though. Banelings are morphing in. We have our 6 queens, some Ling Bane as well. Shin, you can see he did not overdrone, thankfully. Did not overdrone. He caught workers under 60, so 57 drones. So again, under 3 base saturation. Tank does siege. Marines are moving in. And Shin, he's buying time for more Lings. Meanwhile, tanks, they do get behind the mineral line here. They're in a good position. The Marines, they stem in. They don't quite catch a queen. Nice transfuse. Ooh, will this 1, will this 2? Yeah, 1, 2 queens go down. Bit of miscontrol there from Shin. We panic back. Some panic or some chaos. Shin moving in, and Shin should clean this up. It will clean this up. Nice tank shots. But cleans up with the tanks. And Shin holds. Shin, he's holding on at the same time. He's going for a Baneling run by. He's going for the waddle by. Percival maintaining this position does deny all the creep, so 0 creep spread. Ooh. Catching in a queen. Another queen goes down. Uh-oh. From 6 down to 3. Yeah, tank shots here on the Banelings. Banelings are being shut down at the same time. Banelings roll in, but Percival, he reacts. Yeah, Percival, he reacts while he's still going. He's trying to end the game here and now. Keeps on rallying. Maintains his economy. Does focus out 1, 2, 3 Banelings. 0 Banelings. Uh-oh. 0 Banelings left. He's going straight for the tank. And he won't get it. He will not get it. The tank survives. More Marines have arrived here. They stim on in. And Percival, has he done it? It's still close. Nah, it's close. With the reinforcements, Shin survives. Yeah, Shin, he does hold on. Cleans up the army, forcing this back. Behind this, 4 CC gets thrown down. And Percival, he lost all 3 tanks. He lost all of his tanks. Without tanks, there's no pushing power here. So Percival, he's running out of steam. Shin is surviving. He survives. Is that canceled? Oh my god. Okay, does cancel the 4 CC. Very nice cancellation. Marines, they catch out more queens. It's another queen going down. From the original 6, we're down to 2. So we're rebuilding the queens. Queens being rebuilt. We're going to Ling Bane Hydra, not Mutaplay this time. Hydra's going to be amassing. But again, for the most part, Shin is held. For the most part. Now, as we're holding on here, Shin is in trouble for one reason. No drones. He did cut workers earlier. He does have some gold patches that will help a little bit here, but the reality is that Percival has a superior economy. He has an even working count plus mules. So once this fourth base gets up and running, it's going to be brutal here. It's going to have a bigger power spike. Very nice target firing out of Percival. Does focus on the Bailings. Marines, they move in. So far, nice drop play. Cashing out more Bailings. Oh my god. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 more Bailings. 4 more Bailings go down. Dropping to the main base. Distracting Shin. Fourth base is now being taken. Oh, there we go. And Shin is falling apart. Yeah, Shin is being torn apart here. Too much damage. Losing queens, losing drones. 9 drones going down. Liberator popping off here at the 4th. 12 drone kills. First one not stopping. Oh, the wide shot. He wants the Bailings. Oh, very nice retargeting there at a Percival. He focuses on the Bailings. The hatchery cannot be taken. The mine is denying. Yeah, the mine does block. All the creepers receding. There's barely... There's what, 1 active tumor here on the top side? 3 active tumors. 3 active tumors. That's all the creep there is. No active tumors. This Percival's coming. He wants the tumors, man. I mean, again, doesn't it help that so many queens went down early on? That does lead into the grease thread, of course. Speaking of active tumors, yep, they all get cleaned up. All cleaned up. It's all receding. Shinny's only connecting his bases. Second force here on the right hand side. There are Bailey's ready though. Percival, no, he's not looking. Oh, Percival not paying attention. Yeah, late reaction by Percival takes a massive Bailey's to the face. Big blunder, the first big blunder for Percival this game. But he wasn't looking. Oh my god, it's fine though. Jesus. The mine shots are crazy. And Percival stims in. He stims in. No more Bailey's remaining. He can just stand and fight. Breaks through the Lings, trying to get on top of the Hydras. Oh, gets 1. Gets 2. Doesn't have enough for the rest though. He's rallying. You can see Percival just parade pushing across the map, trying to break through here and now. Oh, we'll take down the Bailings. We will lose the tank in the process. Tank goes down. Wooden mines are about to reset. Uh-oh. They're going to reset. The queens. Oof. It takes down 1, takes down 2. Again, Shin barely holding on here. As Percival's actually rallying to the right-hand side and switching to Ghost production. 3-3s on the way, Ghost on the way, second starport, fusion core into Liberator range. Percival keeping up the momentum. Shin shredding water. Shredding all the water back. There are 4, soon to be 9? 14. Soon to be 14 Bailings. That's not a lot. It's a lot here as the Ghost do move forward. Coming in for the snipes. Gets 1, 2, 3. Catching on some of the Hydras. At the same time, very nice thing run by. For the first time all game, 19 SCV kills. Very nice run by. Percival's distracted. Gets caught out. Bailey's connect. And Shin in one swift move. Oh my god, Shin, he cripples the economy while Percival's distracted, catches the main army as well. Full Medevac's going to be going down and takes down the 5th base. And with that, Shin has stripped away all the momentum. Oh my god, he even kills the CC. He kills. Yeah, CC goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Again, in the blink of an eye, Percival, he plummets 40 supply. Lost the mineral line, lost his army, lost everything. He lose everything, and with that Shin, he's gonna max. He's gonna max out. He will take map control and momentum away from Percival, and now Percival's in trouble. perso, he's in a lot of trouble here. We spoke about this previously. If you're unfamiliar with ZVT, ZVT right now is on a knife's edge. The Terran player, as you've been seeing here, has to be hyper aggressive. You have to be going for multi-prong aggression. You have to be denying creep, killing bases, trading well against the Ling Bane. You have to be hyper aggressive, as we've been seeing from all the ZVTs over the past 3 weeks. If you fail to do so, in the moment that momentum gets taken away from you, things start to look very, very dire as the Zerg player snowballs out of control. So the pressure's on Percival. Pressure is on. As he's trying to regain some of that map control, trying to be aggressive, trying to be active. Doesn't quite get the nest. Has to keep dropping. At the same time, Lings, they do catch reinforcements. Heavy losses for Percival. Tanks going down. Ghost going down as well. Ay, ay, ay. And Shin's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. He's moving in. He's moving in. Once again, Shin is maxed. He's maxed now. It's now pushing into the bases. Again, Percival is trying to build up back at home. He's trying to turtle, but like he's just lost so much already here. Let's base they roll in. They knock down the center expansion. Planetary goes down. And knocks down the planetary. Knocks down more SCVs. Shin can just keep rebuilding, remaxing. On top of that, he's even more bolstered, specifically on this map because of the high yield bases, because of the gold patches. Does help immensely. And again, Percival, he's stuck at home. He's been stuck at home. And still does not have the best setup here. We're missing sensor towers, Sim City, siege lines with more liberators and more tanks. Oof. And mine goes off. Goes off. Famous they roll in, catching more tanks. Cleans up the army. Gets a nice PC on the Vipers, but the army still breaks through. Still breaks through. Oof. Denying the CC. And outside of Shin making a massive mistake himself, I don't really see Percival recovering here. Like there's a world where maybe Shin runs into like a minefield and we get some massive mine shots on the Ling Bane, and then we get some snipes on the Hydras, and Shin kind of fumbles the ball maybe. Like there's a world where maybe that can happen, but as it stands at the moment here, just the defensive position here for Percival is very, very weak. It's a weaker setup. And of course, lacking the army to keep up with moves like this. Catching up by SCVs. Shin gathering energy. Looking to move back in. Percival is maxing out. He's maxing, baiting out the mine shots. Base out 1, 2, 3 mines. Baiting they roll in. I'm only just now noticing the new visual effect of the EMP. It's interesting. Like, I'm still not... Obviously, it's a little more visually obvious when units get EMP'd. That's the purpose of it. I'm not in love with it, to be honest, but I really just not noticed it this game, this series. I'm assuming it's new to this most recent hotfix patch. Assuming. Basically, units they flash blue when they get EMP'd. Nice catch on the full medevac. Shin getting ready for his own push. And the way back into this here for Percival is to take one good fight back at home with his planetaries. With SimCity, with tanks. If we can take a strong defensive fight here and then instantly counterattack and knock down the base, then we can start to recover. Oh, Jesus. Nice mine shot. Oh, no, that's around. No medevacs. Wow, no medevacs. All the ghosts go down. That's what, 4 or 5 ghosts falling. Tanks as well. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses there for Percival. As Hydras they're moving in. Not too much anti-air, so Liberators, they should maintain themselves. Just barely. And Liberators, they do survive. Shin switching from Hydra into Corruptor. Two more Corruptor heavy starts. Oh, kill that again. Okay, thankfully, only one Hydralisk. Thankfully. Level the StarCraft content. Ah, gracias, papi, gracias. Sí, siempre, papi, siempre. Oh, the content. She's moving in. We got some decent mine shots. Yeah, mine shots they go off the Lings on some of the Banelings as well, but we're still chasing down the Ghost. Not quite able to. Ghost, they do pull away in time. Now we go for the snipes. He wants the Corruptors. 1, 2 Corruptors go down. Percival this time does retain all the Ghosts. Retains all the Ghosts. Better fight for Percival. But he does not have the bank. And he's pushing in the creep. Yeah, he's pushing out into the open. He has to get out of here. No! Oh my god. He cloaks. Does cloak, does save the Ghosts. Percival trying to break out. Infestors are on the way. We need those fungals. We need those fungal growths. Percival trying to break out. Oof, Jesus. Yeah, brutal mine shots. Once again, Shin chasing down the Ghost, and he gets one. One Ghost goes down. Oof. And Marines getting caught out as well. Decent snipes. We're getting messy. Shin is running out of gas. Yeah, very quickly panning over here. He does have some gas mining. But burning through a lot of his gas here. And on full saturation. Fungal does graze one of the Ghosts. Shin unable to roll in. That's going to be 13 drone kills. Yeah, Shin getting a little bit too wasteful here towards the end. Once again, we're down to how many? Down to 0 Infestors. 0 Infestors. We're doubling down on Lingbane. Good luck again. The mine shots. Oh my god, massive connections. GG gets caught. Shin, he just cannot keep up with these losses. And Percival, he recovers, takes better defensive fights, and Percival ties up the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Percival, we spoke about it, how he needed to take fights back at home defensively, and we saw that Shin, he did overextend one too many times, throwing away so much supply. And not taking up, right? He had no further tech there. He had no further setup, no other spellcasters, just threw away a lot of Lingbane, and eventually ran out of steam. We spoke about it. He ran out of gas as well. No gas. GG. GG, well played. Percival, he weathers the storm. We're going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth here. Initially, Shin, he gained map control, he gained a massive lead. It's actually quite similar to game number 1, if you remember, where Shin took a massive lead and then he slowly lost that lead over time. We saw that here as well, where Percival successfully expanded, successfully got his bases up and running, was able to build up into a superior army of Ghost Liberator, and just take better fights. Take better fights, take better trades. GG. Here we go. He weathered the storm, but there was no high temp, Black Pappy. Oh no, that was the problem. Ah. But here we go. Here we go. We're now getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Lockdown. Loading into Lockdown. And we'll see how the story ends. We'll see who will claim this series as we get into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Lockdown, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player for onside, it is Shin. Why would you go Ghost here? So extensive, and Shin's army is good against Ghost. Ghost, you do want to switch into Ghost just because it does take away any kind of, it does make any kind of tech transition more difficult. Ghosts are ideal against Ultras, against Lurkers, against any kind of hive tech units. I don't think that Percival's transitioning into Ghost was the reason why he lost his lead. If you remember, it was multi-player aggression out of Shin, which distracted Percival, which caused some worse fights out of him, referring to that big Ling run by at the third base. Up until that point, Percival, he was ahead, right? He was ahead, he was out trading, he was out positioning, he was dominating the game, and then bam, one Ling flood hit the third base, killed the entire mineral line, got, was it 16 or 19 SCVs, like around 19 SCV kills, and as Percival was distracted back at home defending, he was inattentive to his main army and he got caught out. He got caught out with the main army at the same time, so it all just fell apart. Shin took a massive lead, but once again, just like in game 1, Shin had a really hard time closing out the game after gaining that lead. In game 1, he switched into Hive Tech into Ultras. Here in game 2, he chose to stick with Lingbane Hydra. He did mix in some Corruptors here and there, but once again, though, Shin was very unwilling to really mix in too many spellcasters, especially when you engage like a very heavy Ghost army. You do need Infestors. You need Infestors, you need Fungal Growths. On top of that, we saw that Shin once again was a little bit too wasteful when it came to Ling counterattacks, like Lingbane run-bys, Lingbane counterattacks. We saw that Percival, he was able to take some better fights eventually, like take better fights, be more efficient, and punish Shin. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3, the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. And we'll see if Percival can get to that ideal later game army or even try to gain momentum early on. Speaking of, oh, hello. We're going Rax Expand immediately into a second Rax. So a very fast second Rax here. I don't want to rule out the possibility of this being like a 3 or 4 Rax, but for now it's looking like a 2-1-1. So 2-on-1 here out of Percival. This is going to be the most aggressive opener that we've seen so far in this series. If you remember, game 1, he went CC first into 3 CC 3 Rax. Game 2, he went for a 3-1-1 setup after a 1-1-1 opener. Here in game 3, straight up 2-1-1. So this is going to be a much earlier sim timing. This hits at around, what, 5 minutes? Around 5 minutes. Ideally, it hits with 16 Marines and 2 Medivacs. We might see a more aggressive... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, like, this variation of this where you can go into, like, Reactored Hellion first, and then you can go for, like, a Hellbat push with Stim, but we're not seeing that, of course. So 16 Marines. Shin did have a really good 2-on-1 response last game, even though it wasn't a 2-on-1. So once Shin realizes that there are no Hellions, that there are excess Marines, we should be seeing a fast Evo chamber. Oh no. That's 2 base meter. Okay. Okay. So we got 2 base meter against a 2-on-1. Now, if this was the last patch, if this was, you know, pre, you know, all the testing PTR stuff, I would say that Percival should be able to hard counter and this just kills Shin. But because of the increased lava production, we have seen on Rorschach of all maps, Zerg players defend with 2 base lair against 2-on-1s. They have shut down like early drop play. So I think as long as Shin doesn't overdrone, Shin should be okay. Again, if this was like last patch, then I'd be more concerned for Shin. But I have seen Zergs like defend quite well with this. So the Spire has begun. Again, 2 base meter. Lings are amassing. Shin, he's aware. He's aware of the build. And Shin just has to make sure he does not overdrone. And he's not, right? He's making more Lings. Making more Zerglings. As I mentioned, this does hit at 5 minutes. We're at 5:10. So at 5:10, we do see the 2 Medivacs move out. Get spotted by the Lings. Shin getting in position. Ooh, we do see the unload though. The unload just in time. We have 24 more Lings on the way, so Shin should be fine. He should defend here without losing too much. Lings, they attempt to come over this round. Yeah, nice round here in the Marines. Marines are falling, and Shin will clean this up. Oh, even gets a Medivac. Yeah, Medivac goes down. Shin does force a pickup. And meter production has begun. Now, the scariest thing here is that Percival is not aware. He didn't see the lair timing. He didn't see the Spire. He did no. Did he? He didn't even see the third hatchery because he had no Hellions. He did have the Reaper being active. That should have told him that we had a late 3rd base. So he's aware of the late 3rd, but he still doesn't know. He's still being active, still being aggressive, thankfully. Behind this, we have 26 Lings in production. I believe Shin isn't ready for this. Yeah, Shin is not ready. First way he steps in, he wants a base. He wants an expansion. Doesn't waste a mine shot. The mutas! Oh my god, mine shot goes off, Lings go down, and Percival, he's breaking through. Does he barely have enough? The Marines! Oh my god, Medivac goes down. Medivac goes down, no more healing supports, and Shin holds on. Shin cleans up the army, cleans up the drop, mutas are revealed. Back at home, Percival, he's getting ready. Turrets are being thrown down, and thankfully there's only 3 mutalisks. Only 3. So the game will continue. The game will continue. Oh god, Shin, calm down. Going with some drones. Again, from here, Shin, he's trying to gain map control. He's containing Percival. That's all that really matters right now. He's just containing his opponents, droning up back at home, saturating on 3 bases. Ideally, these mutas, they do want to get some economic damage, though, and so far they've failed to get into a mineral line. True. They failed to get in. Oh, the second misrally. Yo, Shin, we got to lock in. The second misrally here. They're rallying drones into the army twice now. Shit, we gotta calm down, Bat. We gotta calm down. Shin gets supply blocked. Overlord does fall. Muta's able to take a mind shot to the face. Oof. Brutal connection. Again, this is the risky thing about going mutas on the current patch, is because of the mind change, I would say it's much more difficult. It's much more unforgiving. Mutas, like the mines, it's so difficult to react against them. Mind shots are brutal here against Lings, Banes, and Mutalisks. So I would say the Terran Force is stronger against mutas than it once was. Not saying you can't make mutas work, it's just more difficult. More difficult. Oh, nice pick also. Catching out 1, 2 Widow Mines. Sending back the Marines. The muta flock popping off. We have how many mutas so far? 19. Oh, 19 Mutalisks. Oof. I'll take another mine to the face. Another mine shot. Speaking of, that's what, the 4th mine he's taking to the face this game. A lot of mine shots to the face. Jesus, okay. Not again. Calm down, Pat. Calm down. As behind all this, thankfully, Shin is drone up to 4 base saturation. Up to 84, 85, 87, oh my god, 87 drones. So again, he's droned up. Full saturation, he's reaching peak economy. Shin is about to max out, and Percival has been stuck at home, right? That's the purpose of all these mutas. Might not have dealt really much damage, but has contained Percival until this moment where Shin is maxed. Percival, though, breaking out. Bold move. Does pick up. Picks up in time, dropping into the main. At the same time, we do see second force moving out. Mutas are distracted. And Percival does get behind the gases. The mutas are responding. Percival picks up, boosts away, at the same time pushing into the bases. And Shin is out of position. Ah, nice, got Banelings. Oh no! Oh my god. Yeah, late reaction by Percival. He does pick up in time. Barely in time. And nice splits here off of creep as well. He's up some of the army. Drops they unloaded. I believe. No, they got quartz. Oh. Percival did lose 2 full Medivacs. Did lose some Medivacs. Nice mine shots. Very nice. Oh my god. The drag. Drags one of the mines. But there's no Ling Bane. Yeah, there's no more Ling Bane. Mine shots, they punish the mutas. Percival gaining ground. He's pushing in. Mutas try to come in from behind. Catching out Medivacs. 1, 2, 3 Medivacs falling. 4? Oh my god. The value. Catching up 4 Medivacs. Once again, they're nice kiting. Nice splits. Very nice. Banelings, they catch out some of the Widow Mines at least. Not many Marines left over. Shin, he can commit. How about the mines? Yeah, there's still mines behind this. Still 2 more Widow Mines. Oh, they get baited out. Nice baits. Yeah, baits at the mine shots. With that, Shin takes a better fight. Chasing back the army. Oof. Let's chase Percival back. Pulling away. This was all fighting for the 5th expansion. The 5th base was denied. Shin expanding to top left instead. Just now main-arting. But Percival still has momentum. Something that has been successful for Percival, of course, is lack of creep, right? There's barely any active creep terms here for Shin. We've been here before, just because all the aggression, all the chaos, all the pushes. Up here on the top side, these are the only active tumors. So Shin has had very little time to react to the army. Oh, we'll take another mine shot to the face. Does catch out 2 ghosts. 2 ghosts get caught. Again, Percival switching to ghost production. No liberators yet. Just buy a mine ghost. As they spot the main army. Oh. There it is. Liberator production has begun. herO perfecting his forces. He's getting there. And nice. Now here are these mines. Oh my god. And mine shots, one of them connects. One connects. These mines are cleaned up. herO so far, he does engage. He does have better fights so far. Better engagements. So he's trying to bait in the Ling Bane. Into the minefield. Speaking of, oh no! Oh my god, who catches who? Mine shots connects, but it does take some massive banelings to the face. Yeah, herO plummets 40 supply. Jesus. That was not a good fight for herO. Not like this. I think those were the juiciest baiting connections of this game so far. That does alleviate a bunch of pressure. A bunch of pressure. From here, now we have Ultra production. Cadis plating on the way. Spire upgrades as well. herO trying to catch the Marines, sorry, catch the Mutas, and he will. Gets one, gets two. Oh, nice snipes. Catching out a lot of Mutas here. Oh my god, as we go through the minefield. And Mutas are cleaned up. herO moving in. Still no Ultras here for Shin. Still just Ling Bane. It's all clumped together as well. Yeah, we're trying to rush past. The Marauders A tank well. herO is moving in. Shin having a very messy fight here. We're getting messy. Oh my god, the mine shots. The mines, they pop up, they kill everything. Yeah, Ling Bane goes down at the same time. herO, he will defend back at home. Defends against run by 11 drone kills. Liberator popping up on the top side. And Shin, he's throwing so much away. He's throwing so much away here. He's trying to get on top of the ghost. He wants the ghost. Oh my god, he will get them. 5 ghosts go down. Slightly better towards the end. But a messy fight here for Shin. We have 7 ultras on the way. Interesting. So we just reset the ghost count. Ghost count was reset. Bam, now into mass ultra. How many ghosts are left? 4. So it'd be 5. There's going to be 5 ghosts. herO was rebuilding. Thankfully, catching all those ghosts does alleviate some of that pressure. Just force herO back home. herO getting another expansion. Shin has to pull away. So we have the mass ultra moving in. Let's go. These ultras are on their own though, so I'm a little bit concerned. Oof. Barely to get into the middle line. 18 SCV kills. Very nice damage. It's fine. Yeah, the ghost's not here. No ghost to defend. Bases do fall. Ghost completely out of position. Oh my god, the mine... Jesus. The layered mine shots. And again, we're getting messy. We're getting messy here. Where herO, he was in position at his fresh mining base to defend, to be able to get an expansion. He was just dragged out of position. He was torn apart. In a head-on fight, I probably favor herO, but that's only if there is a head-on fight. Once again, ultra they move in. No planetary. Nice mine connections. Reinforcements have arrived. He gets 1, he gets 2 ultras. He gets 3. Yeah, 3 ultras go down. You just have to pull away. It's not the 3 meters falling. At this point, we're done with Mutalisk. At this point, we're done with Mutas. That's 6 meters remaining. That's it. We're going into a very ultra-heavy composition. At the same time, though, herO, he's ready for the ultras. He has ghosts. He has liberators. He's got his minefield. Ultras are heavily reliant on catching Percival out of position. But if he's pre-sieged, it's going to be difficult for Ultras to really gain any value. Base goes down. Anime rolls in. Does get the mineral line. SCVs do fall. Percival's out of position. Yeah, the Marines are busy. Busy elsewhere. It gets caught out as well. Yeah, better engage here. Shinny denies the expansion. Cleans up the army. We lose the final Mutalisk. But Percival's being torn apart. You'd also see he's not really aware of what to do here. Percival has a bank, but there's no production. He's not making anything. He's frozen. Percival. What's it gonna be? Liberators. He's making 6 libs. But again, there was like, what, 30 seconds there where there's nothing in production. Even now, like, Percival, he has money. He's panicking. Percival. And this also shows some of the inexperience of Percival as well. There we go. Now he starts Marine production. But Percival, he is one of the more inexperienced players in the Korean scene right now, so. Yeah, the nerves, the tunnel visioning. This means there's a massive window in time here where Shin has a massive supply advantage. He froze, Pappy, he froze. Oof. Yeah, with that 15 SCV kills, Percival just being torn apart, just unable to keep up his economy. Does have this center expansion. This is the most important mining base now for Percival. It's keeping him in this. How many mines do we have? 13, but they're all spread out. 13 mines, trying to bait the army into Liberators. He's set up. Oof. Shin's moving in. Again, there aren't too many mines here. There's what, 5? Babies are all forward. Ghost Force to pull away. We get some okay mine shots here, but Ling Bang, they still break through. They break through the mineral line. SCV's gonna be falling with chase out the Ghost. Oh my god, does pick up. Oof. Does pick up in time. But alas, still lose everything here. At the same time, drop into the main, going for the production. And Percival, he has no economy. He has no mining. He has a bank, that is true, but not much else. And even then, even with that bank, Percival is not able to produce. Once again, the chaotic nature of the game here, just getting to Percival a little bit. Oof. Jeez. The mine shots are still solid, but at this point, Percival's been broken. Been broken mentally as well. Like, you can definitely see the fatigue setting in for Percival throughout this game specifically. The fatigue, the stress. And made Shin work for it, for sure, 100%. Made him work hard for it, that. Percival, he played well. Played well. Again, Percival, he's the underdog in this series, 100%. He's the underdog. But there's a world where he could have taken this for sure. Reclaim the series. As the Lings, they break through the final mineral line. Takes down the SCVs, the Liberators. Shin breaking through. And Percival is down to 13. Down to 13 workers. Under 1 base economy. Under 1 base, man. Yeah. 26 working kills. I mean, again, as I mentioned, like Percival, he's one of the, even though he's been around for quite a number of years, to be fair, when it comes to StarCraft, his rise to this level of play is still quite recent. It's over the past year. I say year, over the past 8 months. Over the past 8 months has been Percival's like kind of real rise to form, where now he's, I would say, comparable to Beyond at times and Cure at times in certain matchups. He's been getting better and better, been improving quite heavily. Before, his best matchup was TVP, but now his TVT has been improving. We've been seeing defeats at Beyond on a regular basis, and his TVT is also been getting better. If you remember, he did knock Solar out of the GSL qualifiers. I think that was in GSL Season 2? I think it was in Season 2. Or Season 1. One of the two. But Percival isn't doing well. Improving a lot. Still has some room to grow, but has a lot of potential as a player. 100%. That's from here, Shin. I mean, even here, Shin, he's throwing away little units. Oh my god. Shin, he throws away all the ultras, all the lings. That was an, he just ran into a minefield. Shin, Percival, he brought it back. Yo, there was like a solid minute in this game where he just was not producing anything, but he just takes a massive fight. Shin, not again. Oh, wait, the mines. Yeah, the mines, they keep popping off. And Shin, he's running out of his bank. Oh no. He got complacent, Pappy. I got complacent. Ay, ay, ay. Shin, not like this. Not like this. Percival, he's got his base back up and running. He's got mules. Look at the mules, Pappy. He has a greater economy. Shin's in trouble. That was an expensive loss for Shin, and you can see all the mines survived as well. All the mines survived. Ay, ay, ay. Shin, he has no overseer. He has no detection. I would want to see these Widow Mines reposition. I would love to see some of them down here. I mean, we've got 5. 4 mines. Infest is coming in. We bait out the mine shots. We get into the mineral line. Oof. Yeah, and SCVs are going down. The issue with this minefield is that you're protecting a base. It doesn't matter. There's one patch. There's only one patch here. So yeah, this is on Percival, where we're overcommitted defending a base. It doesn't matter as much. Does race back over. That's a kill in the CC. Oof. We're getting very messy. We're getting very, very messy. Bring over the mines. Like, this would help so much. Come over, Pappy. Bring them over. There we go. Yeah, the mines are rotating. Yeah, we're getting messy. All right, what do we have? We got to take stock. 10 ghosts. We got 10 ghosts, 4 liberators. We got 16 widow mines. But again, a lot of them are scattered around. They're scattered around the bases. They're scattered in between the bases. 16 widow mines. We have 2 infestors on the way. Dust type 1. There's now 1 overseer. True. It's 1 overseer. Shin is setting up, just ensuring there's no other mining bases, no other expansions. Catching us from drones, very nice. Bearing in mind a lot of supply for Shin is in workers, so he's down in army supply. In a head-on fight, I do favor Percival if we had everything together, but again, Percival, he has a lot of widow mines scattered throughout the map. That's also another factor as well. Here's another factor. Shin rotating over. Percival's gonna be careful. Ooh, does catch the infestor. No fungal! Wow, no fungal growth. Massive catch. Mine shots popping off. The Bailings. Bailings, they do connect somewhat. Oof. Got some friendly fire. Friendly fire popping off. Ghost, a lot of them did survive. We're coming over. Show us their snipes. The snipes are coming. Fungal does not land. And then the Ultra falls. Yeah, the Ultra goes down. GG gets called. Shinny runs out of steam. And Percival, he brings it back. And he will claim the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth here, and we saw a similar tale actually throughout every game where Shin would take a lead, he would gain a big advantage, and Shin would lose it in game 1, game 2, and game 3. Shin did recover in game 1, of course, where he was able to recover and bounce back, and it was still very close, so it was still very, very chaotic. Here as well, where Shin, he had a massive advantage. He was denying bases, he was crippling the economy, he was tearing apart the army, and maybe a little bit too complacent here, and he took so many Widow Mines to the face. We did take note, of course, towards the end of the game, towards the tail end, where he ran into the army. He took, what was it, like 6 mines to the face. It was crazy, losing all the ultras, the lings, losing all the spell caches as well. And with that, Percival, he was able to take a much stronger, a much more efficient fight. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, Percival, you could definitely see that the stress did get to him in that game. There were multiple times where there was just nothing on the production tab, and it almost looked like he needed like a moment to like take a breath as to what was happening. But he was able to do that and still win the game. Like, it was he was able to catch his breath, recover, recenter, and claim it in the end, bounce back, and again punish Shin as well for maybe getting overly complacent in certain areas of the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our upper semifinals. Percival, he will advance on to the grand finals. A big win here for Percival to make it to set finals. Meanwhile, we're getting into our fresh series. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss, we have the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg. It is Rogue. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck as we're getting to our fresh best of 5. Oh, sorry, fresh best of 3. Coming into this, of course, herO, he is coming in as the favorite player. He's a very aggressive and very unpredictable player in this matchup. I say unpredictable. He's got like maybe 7 different builds that he does kind of rotate between. We do often see charge all-ins, glaive adepts, we see some storm timings, we see double Stargate mass oracle, double Stargate mass void ray, mothership rushes. The builds we've seen quite a lot of, but herO does like to mix and match. He likes to mix and match here, and it can be difficult for the Zerg, the opposing Zerg player, to keep up. So right now it's going to be on Rogue to scout, to recognize what's going on, to respond and to react. It's going to be on herO to show us what build we go for here in game number 1. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into it. So far, Nexus first. So greedy start here by herO, opening up Nexus first. Rogue does go hatch pool gas, or hatch gas pool. Yeah, hatch gas pool. Standard open out of Rogue. So herO will get away with a greedier build. Does get away. Shin couldn't close. I mean, the Terran army is stronger defensively and it's hyper efficient, so it is difficult to kill a Terran player for sure. But definitely, we saw Shin maybe tunnel vision a little bit too much and be unwilling to tech up necessarily, and was maybe a little bit too inattentive at times, especially towards the tail end as well after he had gained that lead. It is very easy in StarCraft to like get ahead and then start to get a little bit sloppy. And I feel like we saw a little bit of that out of Shin as well. But it was a very intense game regardless, very, very intense. And it was not easy for Percival, like at all. Like you saw it, like Percival, he was like shutting down at times. Like it was, it was very, very stressful game, very intense. And in the end, Percival, his mental was not broken. It was not broken mentally. Made it through. Unrelenting, Pappy, unrelenting. Whew. And so now we're going to be opening up again. Hatch gas pool, standard open out of Rogue, nothing crazy, nothing wild. He does pull out of gas. Meanwhile, it is going to be the greedier build out of herO. From here, we're waiting for our tech of choice. We're expecting a Stargate, but the pylon placement here is interesting. Technically, it's more efficient. The pylon is thrown down in the mineral line. Oh, and that's why. I was about to say that this doesn't really coincide with the Stargate opener, because you can hide your tech further back, and we see that herO's going for the Stargate wall off. So as a result, he will reveal the Stargate to his opponent, and also Rogue with the Overlord and with the Zergling can see what unit is being built as well. So that is the downside of throwing down the Stargate here, but it does mean that we get a faster wall off. So faster wall, but easier to scout the follow-up. At least in regards to what's made from the Stargate. We can still hide tech in the main, of course. Oh, speaking of hyper aggression, okay, we're going into 3 gates. So 3 gate aggression. Basically, herO is going to be delaying his Twilight Council. He's going to be delaying his 3rd base in favor of extra gateways, in favor of, I believe this should be vanilla adept aggression. I believe we're going to be reducing extra adepts early on to try to catch Rogue with his pants down. So I spoke at it earlier how herO, he does kind of rotate and kind of mix and match his builds. In that way, he can be very unpredictable because he does like to rotate between them quite quickly throughout a series and throughout a broadcast day as well. So we have a very aggressive start from herO. Phoenix will hunt down Vision, hunt down and deny Overlords. herO setting up for his 3rd. And Rogue is in the dark. Now, so far, Rogue is going for a fast Evo chamber into what looks to be Porcelain melee into Ling heavy play. No roaches. No roaches, no banelings. Not yet. So it looks like heavy Ling play. This will be more ideal for herO. If he can get across the map, because we already get us around. Yeah, massive moment here. Lings, they do collapse on the Adepts. They get us around. Things they do maneuver in. So because they move out across the map. As you can see here, when it comes to the early extra gateway opener, you can see the Adepts they're banking. They're banking up back at home for that eventual move out. And remember, this is going to be hitting at a very unorthodox timing, which is why typically Rogue should not be ready for this. So looking at Rogue's army, we do force a cancel here. Rogue, he has 12 Lings. It's 12 Lings. Adepts are moving out. They're shading across the map. And it's going to be purely a Ling Queen defense here for Rogue. He doesn't have many Lings, but they're coming. 32 Lings on the way. Yeah, the Lings are amassing. Adepts, they try to break through. They shade into the natural. Nice positioning. They reduce surface area. Yeah, Lings, they can't engage. They cannot engage. Adepts, there's no Ling out of control. They clean up most of the Lings. And can they get into the mineral line? He needs drones. He needs drone kills. We shade over towards the 3rd. Drones, they try to pull away. Lings, they attempt to surround. Decent surround. The boys are helping. The drones. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. They do help out. Adepts, they shade back into the natural. They catch out more workers. 7 drones going down. This is getting a little bit out of hand. Remember, behind this, Mothership rush. We're rushing into the Mothership. Adepts, they shade into the main. Catching out extra workers. 8 drone kills. Oracles, they hit the 3rd, but there are spores in position. Despite that, 13. Oh my god, 13 drones. Yeah, 13 drones and a queen. And with that, the aggression is subsiding. We do see extra Adepts coming out. We do see the carrier rush out of herO. Again, rushing Mothership and rushing carrier and rushing Skytoss is very standard in the current meta. That is the go-to. It's one of the only ways that Protoss players have found an ability to play the mid to late game in PvZ is Skytoss, and we're getting there. Lings, they don't confirm though. Yeah, Lings are distracted. We have more Adepts coming in. More Adepts are coming. Chase into the main. Yeah, we do split off some Adepts. 3 into the natural, 3 into the main base. Drones are going down, distracting Rogue. Buying time for the Skytoss. Yeah, we're buying time. Oof. Nice target firing. 8 more, Jesus, 8 more drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, 8 more drones. I say 8, getting up to 9, 10, 11. Oh god, 11 drones. 11 drones go down. Second Stargate's on the way. Again, we're trying to work into that, or we're trying to make that transition work. On the way, Mothership has arrived. A cloak here is going to be enough to defend, and the carriers are amassing. So far, getting up to a second carrier. The Zergling will confirm. Big scouts. Yeah, big scouts. And is there a Spire? I thought I saw one. Yeah. There's a Spire. Spire's already done. So there's already a Spire. Corruptor production can now begin. Now, this is where herO's in a bit of trouble. herO, he's rushing carrier, which is nice. Big contamination, by the way. Very nice. Contamination in the main. Carriers are amassing. Carriers this early on are very vulnerable to corruptors. And the Spire is already complete, so corruptors are going to be on the horizon. I feel like herO needs to start Void Rays soon. If he doesn't start them soon, then corruptors will have their way with these carriers. So here, whether it's Archon, whether it's Void Ray, we need some kind of supportive unit here for the carrier. Carrier needs support. Temple Archives, Storm and Archons. Okay. I mean, herO needs time. He needs time to work towards that. To work towards Archons and Storm. Rogue is spending a lot of resources on Roaches. So Rogue is running up to 88. He's going into what looks to be Ravager Corruptor, but with a lower Corruptor count. I don't think he realizes just how many carriers there are. The Corruptor count is not high enough. So again, the reason why I brought up the Roach count here is because this is eating into the current Corruptor count. Charge is just now finishing. Like, there is value in having a Grand Army, don't get me wrong. But we'll see if Rogue can get there. For now, he shuts down the Zealots. He is slowly building up that Corruptor count. He's still getting there. Still working on it. Oracles, they gain value. So far, there's 7 carriers. Like, we're hitting critical mass. At this point, Void Rays would be ideal. Like, this is the time. But we have 7 carriers against 14, soon to be 21. Okay, it's going to be 21 Corruptors with +1 Flyer attack. Only 1 Archon. Again, no Voids. No Void Rays. Soon to be 2 Archons. I'm still not convinced that there's enough support for these carriers. I mentioned earlier that, like, I feel like we need to start Void Ray production sooner. But we're going Void Ray less. Okay. Show us what you got. Corruptors, they move in. They catch 1 carrier. They get 1, they get 2. There's 5 carriers left. Getting 3, down to 4. 4 carriers remaining. Down to 3. Yeah, there's just no support. There's no support for the carriers. That's what, 5 carriers going down? Yeah, 5 carriers go down. Heavy losses. Now we begin Void Ray. This is so late. It's so late starting these Void Rays. We needed them like 4 minutes ago. And with that, Rogue snowballs out of control. He snowballs out of control, cleans up all the carriers, moves out. Again, just not enough support. Mass carrier is so fragile. You need Void Rays or more Archons, of course. There were only 2. And with that, Rogue is maxed. Rogue is maxed out. And he's going to roll in. So we're going to roll on in. I didn't see a world where herO can claim a 5th base or even maintain the 4th. Banelings, they roll in. They head straight for the mineral line. Yeah, they go for the probes. Massive connections. 14 probes going to be going down. Core 6 on the Nexus. And herO has no army. There is no army here. It was a really nice start for herO with all the adept aggression, but again, he just went too hard into mass carrier, despite the fact that herO, he saw the Spire. Remember, he saw the Spire when he was harassing. He saw the Spire when he was building, actually, when he was harassing with the adepts. So he should have known about the Corruptors ahead of time. He had the scouting information, but just never went into Void Rays, not in time to defend, not in time to secure his Sky Toss. And with that herO losing his main base, the tech, the Twilight Council, the Nexus. Here Rogue, she snowballs out of control. Cleans up the army. herO down to 1 mining base. Down to 1 expansion. Now I know that Percival had some crazy comebacks in his previous series against Shin, but GG gets caught. That's not applicable to PvZ, as Rogue takes game number 1. GG. GG well played. And again, I really enjoyed the build. The build of choice from herO was solid, was very, very nice when it came to the Adept Harass and the follow-up. It's just the mid-game was lacking there. Remember, herO, he scouted the Spire ahead of time. He saw it ahead of time. He saw it with the Adept Harass. He was aware of it. Despite that, he did not respect the Corruptors. He had very little support for his carriers. He had 7 carriers, which is nice, but no Void Rays, only 2 Archons. One of them went down earlier in the engagement as well. There was the Mothership, which was nice, I suppose, but again, wasn't enough to support the mass carrier. GG. GG well played. With that, Rogue takes the lead in the series. Now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Loading into game 2, loading into Sanctuary 3. Ah, lobby bug. Lovely. As we do have a bit of a lobby bug here. And we'll see how many times we bug out. For those who are curious, ever since the patch went live, what, like 3 weeks ago at this point, there has been a lobby bug plaguing the game. Ah, we're in. It's all good. It's all good to make it in. And again, we'll see who's going to be facing Percival in the finals. Who's it going to be? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from South Korea. It is Rogue. Here we go. We're loading into game 2. And again, game 1, it felt like herO was, it felt like maybe he just didn't realize what he had seen. Maybe he didn't recognize what the Adepts had scouted at the 3rd base location when he was harassing, and didn't really click that there was a Spire. I would have to assume that's kind of like the big thing. Otherwise, he should have been getting more ready for the mass Corruptor army, as he just got completely shut down by said Corruptors. If you remember, I was initially concerned that there weren't going to be enough Corruptors, but I was also, because I believed that there was going to be more Void Rays, but nah, 0. 0, papi. So I'm just incredibly cold. Just trying to look after myself. Yeah. Look after yourself, man. Look after yourself. So we have an patch gas pool. Standard open out of Rogue. Rogue does go for the triangular third, sorry, the linear third base. Forced to take the unnatural natural. Forced to expand elsewhere. As outside of that, we're just going to be opening up. Last game, we did see that herO went for a Stargate opener after a Nexus first. This time it's Gate Expand. Gate Expand, and this time we should not be seeing the heavy 3-gate vanilla Adept Aggression. I still enjoyed the build, by the way. I stand by that. I still enjoyed the opener out of herO. Just the follow-up was lacking. We'll see what he goes for this time. Again, we do expect some quirky and unorthodox builds. We saw the same thing at a Classic. Again, it is currently not really viable for Protoss players to play Standard. You have to go for these all-ins or early hyper-aggression to be able to get an edge and gain a lead before building up. That is the consensus so far over the past month of play in PvZ. If you're going to play quote-unquote Standard, then Standard right now is Skytoss. To go like double Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Mass Void Ray into Carrier or Mothership. We're back to 2020. 2020 Void Ray meta has been very much to the case. But we'll see what herO has up his sleeve. We shall see. Here it does threaten a shade. Behind this just opening Oracle. We're just waiting to see the timing of the Twilight Council, extra gateways, or the third base. Just waiting to see how it all comes together. And again, mainly looking at herO. First Oracle does move out. Yeah. My connection to the Twitch server just died. So random lag spike. Thankfully it was happening as we should be back on Twitch, but thankfully the lag spike did occur when nothing was happening in the game. But yeah, suddenly just a crazy lag spike hit, and we had to leave the game. So a bit of a feels bad, man. I have no idea what happened. It wasn't just Blizzard, but it was my internet, because I also disconnected from Twitch, from OBS, from Twitch and YouTube. It looks good now. It looks good. Looks healthy now. But yeah, crazy lag spike. With that, we are not going to be able to cover Game 2. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to cover Game 2. Game 2 will be over on some of the other casting channels. I believe Rex is casting. I believe Ryung, Wardy is casting. Into the Inu and Korean, of course, as well. But unfortunately, we will not be able to cover Game 2. If there's an ace match, then we can jump into the ace match. But for Game 2, we will not be able to cover. We'll be there, though, for the grand finals. Should be there for the finals, at least. So I'm hoping that herO can fight back and we can get an ace match. But the pressure's on herO. Best of luck. Best of luck. Again, really unfortunate. Just random lag spike. We lagged out of the game. Lagged out of everything. So we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we'll have our next matchup. Again, it'll either be the ace match of herO and Rogue or the grand finals. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Again, you can enjoy the rest of the series, or the rest of this game, specifically Game 2, over on some of the other platforms. But we'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals here of the WardiTV Monday number 97. I do apologize, but earlier, randomly, my internet just died on us, and we got disconnected from game 2 of the semifinals of herO versus Rogue. I can say that Rogue did defeat herO 2-0, which means we have the grand finals ready for us here. It's going to be best of 5 between Rogue and Percival, and we are jumping into our fresh series. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, it is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. And welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall is a much smaller map than map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. We'll get into it as, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, Rogue is going to be favored, but Percival has done very well for himself, making it this far, taking down Shin to advance on to the grand finals. So already a very strong performance here by Percival. Very good performance so far. We'll see if we can keep going from here. We'll see if we can make a series out of this against Rogue. Now, couple of things coming into this. Welcome to Rainfall. Again, Rainfall, small map, short rush distance, aggression is favored. Usually that favors Terran players, but we have been seeing a lot of Roach heavy play at a Rogue. So if we were to play Roaches and excel with Roaches, this would be the map for it. You can also play Ling Bane, don't get me wrong, but CC first into Rax. Greedier build out of Percival. I'm curious to see if Rogue does embrace Roach heavy play here. Curious. As we do see Percival going for a CC first into what looks to be a 2-1-1. He's not going for a 3CC variation here. He's going for the faster second Rax into earlier stim. You can still go for 3 Rax, true. This could be a 3 Rax follow-up here, as we do have the money for it. But just waiting for the Marine and staying on 2. So a greedier start into an earlier sim timing. We'll see if Percival can catch Rogue with his pants down. Meanwhile, Rogue back at home is again just going hatch gas pool himself. We'll see where the gas is going to be spent, and we'll see how he build up into the early game. Oh, my grapes are on Terran. Let's go. I mean, I will say that Rogue is a lot more aggressive. He's much more aggressive than Shin, much more in the face of his opponent typically. And as I mentioned, like Shin was playing a little Ling Bane Muta as well. I do see Rogue enjoying Muta play from time to time against Terran for sure. But again, I do see him going into Roaches quite often. So we'll see. We'll see if he goes into a fast lair or into a fast Roach war. We're now claiming his third. Behind this, do you see what I see? It is indeed a third Rax. So we're setting up for a 2-base all-in, where we're setting up for one. Regardless, it's going to be a very, very strong early timing, but we could double down a little bit further. Eyes are on Percival to see how hard he commits. You can pull the boys with this. You can build up into Stim, into Mass Marine, into pull the boys, into a big all-in. Especially on Rainfall, it would make sense to go for an all-in. Which is why Roach play is so common on Rainfall to play safe. If we opt to skip Roaches, then Rogue is going to be in trouble. Rogue does poke in. Going to be zoned away. Again, Percival's amassing. He's going to be hitting with Stim and combat shields. And eyes are on this SCV. Show us the 4th Rax? Nah, factory. Okay. So we're going to be following up here factory into starport into medevac production. It looks like it is not a 2-base all-in. Not a 2-base all-in. It's going to be very aggressive, don't get me wrong, but we'll be hitting a little bit later. And does have extra steps after this. True. Meanwhile, there it is. Early Eva Chamber, early +1 carapace into Roach Warren. If you recall, I was concerned if Rogue was going to skip Roaches. He is not. So he's going for a Roach opener. Very safe, very robust. This also allows for potentially a Roach-based counterattack after the defense. And remember, because of the 3-1-1 setup here, tank production and factory production is heavily delayed. Even here, it's factory into reactor into add-on swap into reactor medevac, so very, very late factory production here. This is where Roaches can excel. As here comes Percival. Stim is done. Soul's Combat Shields is moving out. And interestingly enough, he's pushing pre-medevac. This is risky. This is risky here. He's pushing pre-medevac. Does get spotted, of course. Roaches are amassing. Queens as well. We got 9 roaches on the way. Percival is coming. And Rogue is ready. Rogue getting ready. He will lose one queen. Yeah, one queen goes down. More roaches have amassed. And Percival is forced back. Ooh, does try to pivot back around. Yeah, does attempt to. Oh, nice use of the tall. Very nice use of the tall grass. Okay. Gets 2 more roaches. Yeah, 2 more roaches go down. Getting, I think, 3 even. 4. Yeah, 4 in total. 3 towards the end. So very nice moves here by Percival. Does pull back, and medevacs are coming. Medevacs have arrived. And Percival now he can stim more freely. He can stim more freely, catch out the overlords. Rogue is held, but it was a messy defense out of Rogue. And Percival, he has momentum. He has that momentum. Now moving in. Dustin forward. Going for the mineral line. And we'll force it back. Does get a queen. Yeah, queen goes down. Gets 1, 2, 3 roaches. So very nice pickups here. Gets 3 roaches. Catching us on the overlords. A 4th roach goes down. Drones, they come back too soon. 5 drone kills. And Percival, he's in the driver's seat. At this point, he's in the driver's seat. He has momentum. He can now start to reinforce. You can see here he's building up Marines and Marauders now. So a more robust army against roaches. And Rogue is in a bit of trouble here. Now, he is transitioning into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Rogue is also getting early Infestors out as well. Or he has potential for early Infestors. That's a very fast infestation pit. A fast hive. Oh my god. Rogue is being greedy. A very greedy play here. Now remember, what is the goal for Rogue? Ultras. Fast hive screams fast ultra tech, so it's very, very risky. That's why we have melee upgrades on the way as well, to better align with said ultra tech. Can Rogue get there? It's going to be a big power spike if he can. Oh, as he overextends. Yeah, big overextension. 1, 2, 3 roaches going down the biles. Oh my god, they don't connect. Whew. Yeah, they barely don't connect. Percival, he threaded the needle back. It was crazy. Avoids the biles, moves further in, denies all that creep. Rogue is in trouble. No link speed. Link speed only just now begins. Oof. The links are trying to engage. Biles, they take down the Liberator. The army just stims in, and with that, Percival, he snowballs out of control. He breaks through the roaches. Again, Rogue is down in supply. The supply is, it's lying to you, Pappy. The soup does lie. Roaches are inflated, and with that, Percival, he's doing it. He's doing it. It's still getting quite close towards the end. More tank volleys. Reinforcements are rallying in. He wants that tank. He gets 1. He gets 1 more. There's still 1 left. Oh my god. And this final tank, it should survive here. Takes 1 bomb to the face. Punishes the roaches. Again, Percival is breaking Rogue. I say that we have more roaches trickling in. Barely holds. Takes out 1 tank. Takes on 1, the other 4 to lift up. Whew, and Rogue, he barely survives, barely holds onto the 3rd base. Now, what is scary here? Remember what we mentioned? The whole point of this build for Rogue? Ultras. Hive is done. Ultra Cavern is coming. This was very close, it was very clutch, but the reality is that Rogue didn't lose any workers. The reality is that Rogue, he maintained his economy, and this is a big power spike that's coming that Percival's not quite ready for. So if Percival doesn't do more damage soon, then things are going to very quickly swing in favor of Rogue. They're going to quickly swing in his favor. Job force to be picked up. Again, Percival, he was so close to killing Rogue, but so close yet so far. It was not enough. Cannon splitting is on the way. Adrenal as well. +3 carapace. Rogue just needs a little bit more time to get those ultras online. The ultras are coming. Nice cancel. Denies the fifth. Fifth base denied. A massive link counterattack does hit the mineral line. Ooh, Percival's out of position. That's a lot of dead SCVs. We'll lose everything. Yeah, we'll lose everything here. Percival swims across the map, going for the expansion. It looks like he will kill the hatchery, actually. Does kill the base. At the same time, that is 13 dead SCVs. Oof. At least Rogue had no backup fourth. There's no fourth base, no fifth. So we're getting a little bit messy here, but Ultra production has begun. The Ultras are coming. They're popping out. Drop back in. Denies the base. Very nice. Denying the expansion. Yeah, Rogue is pushing further in. And here go the Ultras. Yeah, the Ultras that have arrived. Wooden mine shots on Lings, not bad. Some decent mine shots. And do we have enough Marauders, actually? Without Ling Bane, the Ultras are exposed. And there we go. 1, 2, 3 Ultras are going to go down. Nice defense here by Percival, but is it enough? Oh, God. Is it going to be enough here? As he's bleeding out so many SCVs. So we'll clean up all 5 Ultras. But that's going to be 17 SCV kills. Lings, they keep trickling into the mineral line. The Ultra arrives. Massive mine shots. And it looks like it is still too much Zerg. Yeah, still too much. 20 SCVs. We have Lings here on the left-hand side. We have Lings on the right. Likewise, Ultras in the center. Denies more mining. Killing more SCVs. We're still not done. We're still not done. Too much damage. And again, that power spike that we spoke about, the Ultra timing, it hit, and it hit very hard. Hit very, very hard. Technically, it didn't outright kill Percival, but it did cripple. Did cripple him. 35 SCV kills. Insane damage. And behind this, Rogue, he's able to drone up, saturate, he's on 78 workers, getting a 5th base up and running as well. As Rogue, he still finds another SCV kill. And we're now getting ready for the second wave. Second wave, second timing. As things they move in once again. And catch more workers. Oh God. Yeah, the Ultras are all over the place. They're all over the economy. Not like this, baby. Not like this. And with the final push here, with these reinforcing Ultras, we can just chase down the final army. Chase down the bio. Oof. Fungal doesn't quite land. Not really going to be important though. Yeah, Fungal does whiff. Better extra out of energy. Planetary's doing what it's doing what it can. It's trying. It's trying back. Oh my God, massive mine shots. Jesus. We have some good mine connections, but again, there is no economy. There are no workers. Down to 45 SCVs. Ultra does eventually go down. More Lings are trickling into the bases. Oof, forcing friendly fire. And thankfully, Rogue does preserve his Ultras. He pulls back, does save them. Getting more Infestors. Spire is on the way as well. For some anti-air. To maintain that map control, and from here we can now start to get Spire Tech, Corruptors. We have more Ultras as well. Back at home, there isn't really much to defend. We have a decent Marauder count, and we have 3 Liberators at least. 3? Sorry, 2. 2 Liberators. Third one's on the way. Percival does push to the center. As he moves out, so Lings, they do hit the mineral line. Likewise, Ultras, they go for the planetary. Percival turns around. Here go the Puggles. Oh my god. If Fungal lands. Catching out some of the bio. Some of the bio at least. And here comes the rest of the army. Yeah, the rest of Ling Bane has arrived. So we get some very nice mine shots. And nice mine shots on Ling Bane. Nice kiting here against the Ultras. Gets one, gets two. Cleans up all the Ultralisks. So not a bad fight here at a Percival, but still behind. Still far behind here. Was that a kill? It was. that was a kill, no lift on the CC, so brutal pick off. Lingzay the third. Late reaction by Percival. Late reaction. Another 6 SCV kills. Workers. And now Rig is moving in. He's moving in with the final army. Still is lacking some corruptors. There's still in production here, so it's still going to be a little bit messy when it comes to the ground fights. A lot of mine shots. A lot of mine shots popping off. And again, Wooden Mines are good, but they should be enough to stop this. Yeah, should not be enough. GG. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue does take a lead in the series. Once again, Rogue was able to get away with a lot of greed. It was close though. It was very, very close. We almost saw Percival break Rogue. I'm referring to the move out when Percival hit the 4th base of Rogue and when he was able to trade with the army and almost got into the mineral line, but wasn't quite enough. And the moment that didn't happen, I mean, then Rogue ran away with it. If you remember what was happening in this game, what was happening in this series, Rogue, he was rushing into the hive and rushing into Ultras, and once Ultras hit the field, that was kind of game. Like, when the Ultras hit, we saw that led into 35 SCVs going down. It led into a massive assault at the 3rd, natural, and 4th base all at once, and it all just kind of fell apart there for Percival. It was on Percival to try to do crippling damage before that, and he was doing great when it came to trading with the army, but he did not do anything to the 4th base or to the economy of Rogue. So Rogue, he was not stopped. He was not stopped taking up in a hive. GG. GG, well played. With that, Rogue will take lead in the series, and we'll see Percival can bounce back coming to game number 2. Let's go. Let's go. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. As game 2 is going to be on Blackrock. Now, once again, we did mention that the map itself also had a factor as well. Rainfall does favor aggression, and we saw that Percival initially was going for an aggressive build. Again, barely wasn't enough. Now we're going to be loading into Blackrock. Blackrock, I feel like, favors mid-game aggression. The 3rd and 4th base are very open, very exposed, and we have seen many successful pushes at those bases, but we'll see if we can get that far. Let's go. We shall see. Why doesn't Terran build a PF at the 4th base? That was Percival being greedy. He was being greedy, trying to maintain momentum, maintain aggression. Remember that he was like doing the best he could to just rally across the map, to reinforce and to just keep pushing and to kill Rogue. And part of that is having a stronger economy. Obviously it didn't quite work out, but it was close. Well, it was close, Pap. It was close. I should also emphasize that if he had a planetary there, I don't think that would have saved him at all. That was but the reasoning for that is just because he was being greedier and trying to use that greater economy and that momentum to break his opponent. Regardless, spawning in the left-hand corner of Blackrock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran down in the series. Can they bounce back and make a series out of this? It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome to Blackrock. Blackrock, again, is one of the more, I want to say, medium-sized maps in the map pool. A little bit more medium-sized. Again, does have a very open third base, has a very open fourth expansion as well. So we have seen many players struggle to be defensive on this map. Typically the best defense is a good offense, and it's all about the Terran player gaining momentum, gaining map control, being hyper aggressive, and keeping the Zerg player busy. That's typically how things go, and we saw that in the semifinals. If you remember, Percival and Shin played on this map, and Percival was doing a great job being hyper aggressive and keeping Shin busy before eventually losing map control, Shin gaining it, and then he was able to just cripple and pull Percival apart. It was a little bit more complicated than that. It got very messy in the end. If you remember, it got very, very messy, very chaotic, very messy. We'll see how Rogue compares to Shin. See how he compares here on this map. As I mentioned before, Rogue is typically a much more aggressive player, much more aggressive, much more assertive, more so than Shin. And we'll see if that holds true in Game 2 as well. So far, standard open out to Percival. Just going for the Rax expand. Scouting with the Reaper, no SCV scouts. We're expecting the factory follow-up. Going for the factory this time. So there's no early sim timing out of Percival. Which we're standard build into Reaper Hellion, into Marine Hellion, into 111 Cloak Banshee is what we're expecting. Meanwhile, the first Reaper does get across the map. Oh, does back in, gets one drone. It's not a bad start here by Percival. Gets one drone, pulls away, forces out the Spore Crawler as well. Very nice start for Percival. A nice start. Again, can we get more than that? Checking with the third. Oh, he finds the drone. Okay. Does find the drone. Oh, does not deny the gas geyser though. Barely not. Behind this, it is a straight up 111 delayed third TC. Does force the second gas geyser, so nice delay here by Percival. Delaying the third base, rotating back around. Drone is safe. Oh, as Lings, they do slip into the main base. No major damage, getting one Marine and maybe an SCV. Nah, not even. Not even, but let's get a full scout, confirming the 111 add on top into Cloak Banshee. So again, a Hellion Banshee out of Percival. Very aggressive starts, and should lead into a later third. Should. And again, the pressure is going to be on Percival to get into a mineral line, to get some damage done, to rack up some worker kills. This is that third CC now on the way. Yo, the Terran theme. Let's go. So again, Percival was just fighting for map control, building up his Hellions, denying creep tumors. Can threaten to dive into a mineral line, for sure. And maybe even threaten Queens. Meanwhile, based off this standard opener, we should be seeing Rogue just go, say, double Evo Chamber, double upgrades. Actually, it opts to go Lair first. Okay. Let's go Lair first. A little bit safer. It does mean faster Overseer Scouts and potentially faster Bailing speed. Banshee breaks in, pulls away. Lings, they're also deflected. Do we pull back? Back, they pull away. And from here so far, it's been a very tame game. I want to say, actually, this is probably the tamest game we've had all broadcast. Including the Shin series, the Classic series, the herO series. It's very, very tame. I mean, Banishes, they find some damage. 3 drones going down. I mean, so far, pretty good, actually. 5 drones. 5 drone kills. Banishes, they pull away. Hellions looking for a way in. And we're just being defensive here, going to Ling Bane Hydra. So, again, very safe, very defensive play here out of Rogue. Sorry, I said Ling Bane Hydra, my apologies. I believe we're skipping Banelings, right? Yeah, we're skipping Banelings, going purely Ling Hydra. So Rogue, he is cutting some corners here. Going to heavier Hydra count. I feel like this is usually done with a faster lair. Like, I know this was lair first, but we often see this with like 2 base lair, for example. So, interesting build out of Rogue. Interesting. It's very Hydra heavy. This is kind of like an answer to the issue, to the problem that is Widow Mines. Widow Mines are very prevalent in ZVP at the moment, and they can excel against Ling Bane. Here against Ling, a more Hydra heavy composition, it's where Widow Mines are less effective. But we're not making mines, we're making tanks. Which is better against against Hydras. Also being very active. Does move out, supply blocking Rogue. And does supply block. We see Rogue coming in from behind. Does catch some reinforcements. And gets thrown away by the Hellions. We do see Percival moving in. Gets top of the base. Hatcher's gonna go down. Yeah, does force that cancel. At the same time, Banishes are distracted on the top side. They're gonna be focused down as well. Banishes are thrown away. Percival stimming in. The Overlords gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Three more villas go down. Takes down the Overlords, pushing on forward, getting us up the Hydras. Heavy losses for Rogue here. So many Hydra expensive losses here for Rogue. Losing too much. They're losing far too much here. Marines, they still on forward. Almost breaks through the Queens. That's a lot of Queens, but they're all going down one after the other. Hydras again, they're trickling in, trying to get on top of the tank. The tank survives, Hydras are punished, and Percival, he's doing it. He's doing it. Un poquito más, he's almost there. Back at home, we'll lose 5 SCVs. But again, that main push is going to get a hand. The tanks are leapfrogging forward. We're down to 0 queens. 0 queens, no injections. Just a purely Ling Hydra defense. Hydras, they collapse in. There's just not enough buffer, not enough support. Arrives too soon. 2 tanks go down. There's only 1 tank left. Yeah, 1 tank remaining. It's still quite messy here, and Rogue barely cleans up. Whew, just barely. Again, these reinforcements, they arrive too late. They arrive too late for Percival. But despite that, though, he still breaks through. He still breaks through. And get a very messy defense here by Rogue. Very messy. As it means I focus on 2 more Hydras. Oh, the Soul Grass! Extra shots. Making use of that Soul Grass. Yeah, the Hydras, they struggle. Oof. And behind this Percival, he's trying to get his 4th base up and running. The 4th base is now starting. He's got his own 5-1-1 setup. Now getting up to 7. Still 5. Yeah, still 5. Just like last game, Rogue is barely holding, but there's not as much of a power spike behind this. Aside from Mass Hydra, of course. Speaking of, takes down 1, takes down 2 full medevacs. Jesus. 2 medevacs go down. You see Rogue is going pure Hydras, got 10 more Hydras coming. The pure Hydra army. Rogue now throwing down the infestation pits. Just now throwing down the pits. Percival making his way towards the main. There are Hydras ready. There are Hydras waiting. So he's got to be careful. Yeah, Sims in the North Cave of Hydras, drops into the main base. Hydra's out of position, but there is a spore. So he pulls away. Pulls back, he pulls away. Rogue is close to stabilizing. And still some messy fights here out of Rogue, but he does take down 2 medevacs. 2 more medevacs go down. First, we'll throw away some drops. Does start to throw them away. Oh. Yeah, Hive is halfway done. Lurker Den's on the way as well, so Rogue is going to be taking over to Lurkers. The Lunkers are coming. The Lunkers, pappy. And it feels like Percival, he's lost a little momentum here. He was, I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit, like from game to game, but Percival, he once again was so close to killing Rogue, so close, just like last game, right? Last game on Rainfall, Percival, he was so close to breaking Rogue at the low ground third base. Here, a similar thing where he almost broke Rogue at the linear third, but barely not enough. Barely not. And now suddenly Rogue, he's stabilizing, he's rebuilding, remaxing, and Hive tech, Lurkers as well, into what should be Nidus play. And Percival's trying to build up with Fire Tank. Yeah, a bit of a solar style. Not going Widowmine. Lurker production has begun. And I worry about just the amount of time that we're just giving Rogue here. Rogue has been given a lot of time. Now building up, collapsing on the bio. I mean, I say giving him time, but the Hydras did shut down the drop play, right? Like Percival was trying to go for drops, he got shut down. And now Percival is just turtling up. Just turtling up back at home. Sensor towers, missile turrets, Sim City, tank lines. We do see vehicle weapons on the way. Additional factories going into eventually Mech Ghost. So Percival was embracing that late game. But the army isn't perfect yet. Ideally, you want tanks, ghosts, and liberators. And we're not quite there yet. So we'll see how Rogue will try to break some of these positions. There's that Nidus Worm. Nidus is coming. Double Nidus even. Okay. Oof. So far, Rogue just keeping up with the drops. Vipers aren't out yet, so we are missing some spellcasters here for Rogue to break these siege lines. Like, again, trying to push into this line of tanks and planetaries and turrets without blinding clouds is going to be very difficult. One thing that you can do, of course, is bypass the army and like Nidus Worm behind enemy lines. So Nidus play, of course, is definitely going to be on the table here with those 2 Nidus Worms. We're now just connecting the edges of the map. Just connecting. Oof. The Marines get caught out. Late reaction by Percival. Does pull away. Pulls away. Percival's built up to 10 ghosts so far. A decent ghost count. Oh, once again gets caught. Massive alien connections. Percival heals inattentive. Focusing elsewhere. Viper production has begun. As we mentioned, like that was one of the key missing components for Rogue's army is Viper tech for blinding clouds. Loving the tanks on the high ground. Yeah, tanks on the high grounds. We're trying to fully wall this area up. At this one, I would want to see Percival throw away some of his SCVs. I would say that his worker count is maybe a little bit too high and we can rely on more orbitals and more mules. As you're seeing here, just a massive mule hammer. So at this point, the Terran player doesn't need as many SCVs, and this is actually hurting the Terran. They could have a larger army and more army supply. So we do have to get rid of those workers. Does no Sinitis. That's into the main base as well. First of all, distracted. Did notice. I love tanks. The other scary thing here is that it is taking a long time for Rogue to get ready for Broodlord Infestor. Double Spire is on the way. That's for the Greater Spire and Spire upgrades for the Broodlords. Rogue is now thinking about Broodlord tech, but again, it does feel like a bit of a late realization. But the game is getting there. Oh, Lurkers, they do reposition. Nice Lurker harass. Oh. And Lurkers, they dip out, they dip back in. Catching more CVs. Another Nidus finishes. Jeez, 2 more Nidus storms on the way. Lurkers, they try to waddle away, and they will. Barely getting out of range. Being so annoying here. Oh my god. Does get one, does get 2 Liberators. Very nice. Catching out 2 Liberators and going for the CC as well. There, the Command Center, the Starport, the Fusion Core. 2 Starports here at the natural. That's huge. Again, Rogue is just pulling Percival apart, lunging forward, doesn't quite get the Liberator. Evacuates, pulls away. So we're trying to hold on. Getting a tank. Getting up some turrets. Rogue, the upgrades are late. He's got double spire. Where's 1-1? Right? Where's 1-1, 2-2? Greater spire. So delayed upgrades here. And it still feels like, even though both armies are maxed out, that Rogue is doing a better job here, just harassing, rotating, dealing some damage, slowing down Percival. At the end of the day, though, Percival still has his half of the map. Like, it's still a very impressive economy and base count that we have. So far. We do have a comparable gas count or gas bank. That's concerning for Rogue. And Rogue needs to find more damage. He still needs more. So far, 8 Liberators, 12 tanks, 21 ghosts. Jesus. 21 ghosts. Bearing in mind that the late game Terran army here is now stronger in the latest patch due to the lower supply ghost. So we can produce many more ghosts here. But still comes down to the armor control. And Rogue does collapse in. He's going for the ghost. He wants them. Yeah, does try to go for the dive. The ghosts, they do kite back. They pull away. And the ghosts, they escape. Yeah, the ghosts, they do escape. Tanks are being cleaned up, but the ghosts, they get away. And Rogue has to pull back. He pulls back the army. Oh, swarm hosts. Interesting. I'm torn. So Swarm Host can be really good against mech, but this is not mech. This is bio tank, right? Like this is a very bio tank. It's ghost mech, right? It's a ghost mech composition. Ghost, they excel against Swarm Hosts. Like if they can get close enough, they will snipe the hell out of these Swarm Hosts. Against a more traditional mech army, this is going to be great. Against ghost mech, though, I'm on the fence. Yeah, 1-2 lurkers go down. First defends. Madness worms. Lurkers will get ready here on the right hand side. And can we get a CC? Can we get a command center? Gets one tank. Might get one planetary. Does. So one planetary and one tank. It's damage, I guess. Versal's moving out. Liberators, they do siege up. Bailey's kind of connects. Massive power bombs here on the libs. The splits, Bappy. Oh my god. Yeah, some blade splits here by Percival. Does split. Takes over. Pushing towards mining bases. Again, I do favor, like, Percival has a superior army, 100%. He does have a superior main army. These Locust Waves can knock down bases, though. That's the hope. Because they can knock down some of these CCs. But right now, it's only orbitals. Like, gets 1, 2, 3. Takes them down at the same time. Bailey's to try to roll in. Gets 2 ghosts. Is it just 2? 4. Okay. 4 ghosts go down. A little bit messy. Locust Waves on cooldown. Okay, that's a lot of supply in Swarm Host. Percival sieging up deep on creep. Locust Wave across the map. And we're here pushing into the bases. Might even get a mineral end as well. Okay. Oh, collapsing in. Planetary goes down. SCVs as well. Very nice damage here. So, on the one hand, Rogue here will lose 18 drones. At the same time, 20 SCVs go down. And Rogue is diving in. He's going for the dive. Liberators are exposed. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Maybe 3 Liberators. Ooh, was that all the ghosts? 7. 7. Sorry, 4. 4 ghosts go down. Still the Marine count. Percival gotta be careful. Let's blow away. There's 4 ghosts going down. First one moving in. Rogue's in trouble here. Rogue's forced to try to engage. Not get much done. Oof. Betterling run by. But at the same time, Rogue also will lose control of the base. So somewhat trading. Somewhat trading here. Percival rotating over. Better engagement from Rogue. Does catch some Marauders. And a tank. Marauders tank. Ooh, it missed rallying into the army. Uh-oh. Yeah, the army rallies in. Throws away another tank. More Marines. Yeah, rough rally there from Percival. Locust Wave coming in from behind. He's trying to catch out the ghosts, but we're not able to. Yeah, we'll not be able to. Throws away the Locust Wave. Again, without fungals, these ghosts should not go down. Like they should survive. Should be okay. Of course, a shuttle now. So they move in, they catch a tank. Turrets. Take another planetary as well. These Stormhosts are getting damage done. Gets a planetary. Gets one, gets two. Up to 3 Liberators, not bad. Ghosts are moving in. Now, what's a little bit scary here is that Rogue, he previously had a bigger bank, not anymore. Right now, the banks are quite equivalent, which is better for the Terran. Remember, the Terran player, the Terran army is more efficient. The Zerg player typically needs a bigger bank to be able to make up for that. So I'm very concerned for Rogue. Does kill an orbital. Again, pulls away. Has been saving the Stormhost. Center left goes down once again. Oh, Percival, he's deep on creep. Has to be careful. He's gotta be careful here. Locust Wave coming in for a bit of a flank. And diving in the army. Tries to trade. Jeez, the snipes are crazy. Oh, but there are just so many ghosts. And Percival's moving in. He's moving in. 25 drone kills. Rogue is in trouble. He's got to wait for the opportune moment here. Yeah, it's not going to be it. Rogue has to back up. Mass Ghost is coming. How many infestors? 0. 0 infestors. We have 3 more on the way. I believe it was this one Zergling that denies mining here. So again, nice run by. Denies mining, denies some of the expansions. They're still getting messy. Getting messy as Percival. He's fighting for the center left base. And at this point, it feels like Percival has done it. Obviously, there's a world where Percival takes a really bad fight and loses everything. But again, the bank, it is heavily in favor of Percival. Like, he's just been trading so much more efficiently. And here it comes. The herO collapses in. Bailings, they graze the army here. Oh, up. Oh my god. A couple of ghosts go down. Only a couple so far. The rest get away. Wow, the rest, they do get away. There goes. He needs them. Oh my god, one Bailey connects with last the ghost, they survive. First, we can still take the fight. We do see Rogue, the final maxed out. The final maxed out because, again, look at that mineral bank. No minerals. No minerals left. That's it. Oh, Rogue, he does catch some bio though. Okay. Very nice engage here. Rogue catching a Marauders. Likewise, going for the ghosts. The ghosts are locked down. No, the ghosts are falling. And Rogue, he's doing it. He's catching at the final ghost. There's the Locust Wave as well. And Percival, he will overextend. He will overextend. He will lose everything. The main army crumbles. And Rogue might not have a bank, but Percival can't spend his money in time. He has to spend his money. The money. Oh. Cleans up all the tanks, moving in, collapsing on the final ghost. Waiting for that Locust Wave. A little bit messy. Messy here by Rogue. Has to back off. Behind this, Rogue is on 19 drones, 19 workers. There's some long distance mining going on. There's barely an economy. Stormhorse doing a lot. Now, does Percival still have this? Like, Percival, he still has a better economy. He still had the better bank. I think Percival's still in a commanding position. Like, Rogue, that was a good fight, but he needed to keep going. Did need to. The wave. Locust comes in. Ooh, no pickup. Jesus. Yeah, no pickup, no reaction there by Percival. As Percival still has mining, still has an economy. That's more than I can say for Rogue. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Percival. You can see he's getting further ahead. He's getting further ahead. Percival does catch one of the queens. Locust Wave is coming in. Shouldn't kill any ghosts. And just like last time, I do favor Percival unless he gets fungled. Like, there's a world where if he gets all these fungals, sorry, all these ghosts fungled immediately and then loses everything, like, Rogue does have a chance. But is quite reliant on these fungals. Otherwise, Percival should soon be out of control. Because he's reached critical mass of Ghost quite some time ago. Fungal one of the Marines. Oh, the fungals are landing. Oh my god, he gets them. Yeah, massive fungal. But GG, it does not have enough. No follow-up, and Percival, he will tab the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, the fungals landed, but there was nothing else behind it. Again, Rogue, he had no bank, he had burned through everything. Percival, he had reached a superior army, a much more efficient army by cutting the map in half and going into Ghost Liberator tank. Again, like Mech Ghost as a composition. GG. GG, well played. Much more efficient there. Rogue, he could not stop the bases, he could not stop the expansions, he could not stop the economy of Percival. GG. GG, well played. With that, Percival does tie up the series, and now we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. We're here to determine who will take a lead in the series. Which way will this go? Oh, there's some banter. Oh no. Rogue is getting hungry. As spawning in the bottom corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran. Oh, tying up the series 1-1. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right corner, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg. It is Rogue. Now, Game 2 is a good example of what we were talking about and discussing previously in regards to the new patch, in regards to something that's quite strong for Terran is late game TVZ. Late game TVZ is more in favor of Terran than previously. The reasoning for this one is CCs are cheaper, so it's cheaper to build up to mass orbital and mass planetary. The other thing, of course, is the ghost. The ghost supply has been reduced, so now you can build up into critical mass of ghosts much faster, much easier, of course. That late game army is much stronger compared to previously in late game TVZ, and we saw that Rogue had a very hard time trying to play against that and trying to fight back against the bases and against the army and against the economy of Percival. Here we go. Again, we had spoken on this previously, but Brewlord Infestor is also weaker as well. Like, because of the strength of the ghosts and because there are so many ghosts, tells me that like Brewlord Infestor is harder to try to transition and try to work into Instead, it is on the Zerg player to try to deny bases. And if you remember Rogue, that's why he was going for double Nidus. He was going for double Nidus Storms, and he was going for Locust Waves. But again, the Locust Waves never really did anything meaningful. They would kill some planetaries here and there, but no real economic damage was dealt. There was still always another base up and running or mining. GG. GG. So again, intense back and forth there. In the end, Percival does take a lead. We'll see if we can get to that game state again, though. Welcome to Sanctuary 3. Once again, we should be expecting Rogue to be more aggressive and more active to stop that kind of game state from getting out of hand. That should be the go-to. Should be. Again, don't forget to stretch. Don't forget to stretch. Ooh, as we're settling into the rest of our game here, we do have a third CC, so a very fast third CC. It looks like 3 CC, 3 ranks. If you remember, we did see this build against Shin earlier in the broadcast. So hyper greedy build here into that 3x follow-up. Again, this is typically a TVP build, but recently has been more viable against Zerg now, just because of how cheap the third CC is, or the command centers in general. So a hyper greedy build, and this really does snowball out of control coming into the early to mid game. 3-base saturation. 3-base saturation is where this really does pop off. We'll see if we can get there. Shall see. I was hoping they had fixed it. Looks like they hadn't. I don't know if you noticed something, but music is supposed to be playing in-game, but there is a bug at the moment. We spoke earlier, there's a lobby bug at the moment. There's also the in-game music bug, where the music just stops and just, yeah. We just get the ambience of the map, happy. No música. I could just do this. Hold on. Does this work? There we go. I just opened up the StarCraft 2 soundtrack on YouTube. Let's go. That's from here. A little bit messy of a split there, but we're going to be opening up. It is going to be a faster lair into a faster spire, into a later Eva Chambers, later upgrades. Muta play, 2-base Muta. Let's go. So 2-base Muta out of road, going for a delayed third. Heavy tech out of our Zerg player. At the same time, Percival back at home, as we mentioned, is going for a very greedy build. Very, very greedy. Into what should be a stronger mid game. Again, the pressure is going to be on Rogue to punish said greed. And Mutas are a way to do it, for sure. Way to do it. Bearing in mind that Percival, he's going for a sim timing though. It's going to hit quite hard. Marines are moving out. Here comes that early sim timing. It's going to be slow Banes to defend. And Percival. Can he punish the Mutas? Nah, there's plenty. Yeah, there's plenty of Ling Bane. There's good enough crease spread as well. Rogue should be fine. He's coming in with the surround. No! Yeah, he's coming in with the surround. Percival has to get the hell out of here. He gets locked in, and he cannot escape. He cannot escape. Massive Bane connections. Percival will lose everything, and Rogue, he shuts down the push. He shuts down the timing, going for the counterattack. And Rogue, he will get away with the Mutas. 7 Mutas are morphing in. And Percival cannot stop him. SCV is going to be going down. Percival, he's going to be crippled. He's going to be punished. Does not get that third base up. Doesn't get it up. Again, it was a risky maneuver out of Percival. He didn't really know what he was going into. He didn't know it back. Even here. We're trying to bait the army out. Collapsing the army. A nice target fighting out of Percival. He gets 1, 2, 3, soon to be 4 Mutalisks. Yeah, 4 Mutas go down, but at the same time, Rogue takes over the third base. So, was that worth it? May just be. And delays the 4 CC. So here's the 4th base, going for the command center. Gets another worker. And Rogue contains. No, it doesn't just contain, he's going for the bust. Oh my god. Setting up for the bust. Percival doesn't realize how aggressive Rogue is being. It might be wise for Rogue to wait for the third base to be taken again. Oof. As the 4th is still delayed. First landing. As the army moves out, Rogue moves in. He wants his Marines. Oh, nice, very nice target firing. And Merrick's do barely get into the main base. At the same time, the third is denied once again. Another delayed, another denied expansion. Shows some wide shots, retargets. Doesn't go off. Doesn't go off. Rogue back into the main. Going for economic damage, even denying drilling claws. Is denied. I forgot the name of the upgrade for a moment there. It's been a long day, Pappy. It's been a long day. It's been a long series even as well. True, we just had a 40-minute game. 40 minutes back. Now, thankfully for Percival, Rogue's economy is a little bit lackluster. The 4th base is delayed, and the droning is also delayed as well. So this has been really good damage from Rogue, but he's still lacking himself back at home. So there's a bit of a back and forth here that can ensue. Oh, who is it? Is it me? Again? No, Pommy! No! I mean, on the one hand, thankfully it wasn't me, but... Yeah, maybe it is like Blizzard server related, like I was lagging out earlier. But here we go, Mutas, they do hit the mineral line. Getting up to 10 more SCVs. At the same time, Marines, they stim in on the right-hand side. The Bailings! Ooh, do not connect. Very nice target firing out of Percival. Jesus. Yeah, takes on both Bailings, breaks through the Queen, breaks through the mineral line. At the same time, Mutas, they bust into the main base, Lings, they bust into the third. They're going for the kill. Will not kill the CC. Yeah, will not kill the command center. Mutas trying to go for the upgrades. Waiting chaotic. Rogue will lose an expansion, but Percival will lose a mineral line, and he's still not done. Getting even more SCVs. Even more workers. Oof. Rogue fighting head on. A little bit messy here. Messy move. But does get the upgrades. Takes down the eBay. Gets 1. Gets 2. Both eBays go down. Denies 3-3. Remember, the Rogue has 0-0 link pain. Nice delay nonetheless. And delays the expansion. At the same time, Bailings, they smash into the turrets. Smash into the turret. Likewise, you see Percival coming across the map. Shows a wide shot. That does not waste the shots. Ooh. Going off on Mutas. And again, Rogue's economy is still slowing him down, but it does catch the medevac. And 1, 2 medevacs go down. Base at the mine shots as well. Can we bait more? For the most part, Oh, Jesus. The mine shots are crazy. And mine shots, they pop off. Banelings go down. Rogue, he is in some trouble here. Again, initially he had a lot of momentum, but as I mentioned before, like Rogue, his economy is still lackluster. He's still trying to saturate his bases, working on 2-2. Percival does rebuild both eBays. 3-3 just now beginning. Very delayed here for Percival. But he's coming. So some decent mine shots. These connections. Ooh, that's a kill that I cancel. What am I borrow? Just the one shot goes off. Decent engage here from Rogue. Again, baiting out mine shots. Tank them here with the Overseer as Marines, they do race back. Oof. And catching out Mutas. Down to only 8 Mutalists back. Down to only 8. Behind this, Rogue's 5th base was denied. The droning here and the saturation is still decent for Rogue. It's still okay. So Rogue is trying to build up more meters. So 2 more. And so far, a bit of a messy engage here from Percival. They'll take some banelings to the face. Messy engage here, mine shots they get spent. First one has to pull away. No detection though. We've been here before. Without detection, these widow mines are gonna reset. Yeah, the mines are resetting. There's only one Overseer. Second one's coming. Hopefully it doesn't get off the minefield. The mines. As it'll settle here, Percival claiming a 4th base. Rogue, even though he's up on workers, you can see here he's oversaturated. Oversaturated at the 3rd base, oversaturated at the 4th. This 5th base is very late for Rogue, so the soup is lying to you in the sense that even though Rogue has a higher drone counts, his economy is not very efficient. Percival has it there. He's pushing. He's moving in. Gets 2 queens. Nice target firing. Moves away. At the same time, use a break into the main. Catching on 6 more CVs. Forcing Percival back home, giving Rogue time to build up. Still no 5th though. Like yeah, he's just now looking to expand bottom right, I suppose. Very late 5th base. That's where he tries to look in. Rogue pulls away. Percival, he's building up into a greater army. You see Rogue is heavily reliant on these mutas. He's got 22 mutas and 23 banelings. Can he connect? It comes down to the mine shots. It comes down to the widow mines. Can Rogue bait out the shots? Does he try to go for a counterattack instead? Mutas are going for the backstab. The banelings! Oh, he's not paying attention. Yeah, not paying attention. Massive baneling connections. Percival's not looking. He's not looking back. We just get into the middle line. As if he's going to be going down. Again, a messy fight here. A messy couple of moments for Percival. Oh my god, massive mine shot. Not again. Jesus. Yeah, the mine shots are brutal. They punish the mutas. At the same time, this time, Percival, he's paying attention. Does pay attention. Kills an expansion. That might be all that matters, by the way, because Percival's pushing towards bottom right and he's looking for another fresh base. He stims in. Okay, stimming forward. Rogue now responding. Trying to engage. Banelings, they do move in. No mines. Yeah, no Widow mines are set up here. Banelings, they smash into the bio. Percival trying to rally. Percival, he needs that expansion. He needs to shut down that base. He's coming. Yeah, the Marines are moving in. Muses try to collapse in as well. Breaks out one of the mine shots. Takes down 3 Widow mines. 1 mine left. Goes off from the Overseer. And rogue is holding. Rogue is barely holding on here. Saves the base. Saves the economy. It does barely save it. At the same time, Percival's expanding towards Rogue. So we can use this to reinforce. Rogue at the same time finally taking up as well. Infestation bits, Ultra Cavern, Ultra Tech. Ultras are coming. Unlike last time, there are no ghosts currently. Yeah, no ghost transition out of Percival. That is risky. Is there an academy? No. Yeah, no academy. No ghosts. Muses are coming from behind. Some mine shots. Mainly on the Ultra though. The Ultralisk. Rogue pulls away. How many Ultras do we have? 2? Yeah, 2. 2 Ultras. Not that many. Third Ultras on the way. Oof. That shot goes off. Yeah, it feels like Percival, he does have more momentum here. Oh, runs into Banelings. Yeah, Percival not paying attention. Never mind. Takes them Banelings to the face. Messy fight here from Percival. They're losing 24 Marines. Oh, that's going to be a cancel. Cancels the CC. Does cancel Percival. He will max out. Rogue is not too far behind, and I'm still concerned with Percival not having any ghosts ready here for the Ultras. Still a concern. Getting it to 6 Ultralisks. Relying on Marauders and Liberators. Just the 2. Here go the Ultras. So far, nice spread. Nice spread here from Percival. Ooh, Rock's getting knocked down. They're actually killing some of the turrets, or some of the Widow mines. And Percival's being cleaned up. Yeah, it's being cleaned up here. Yeah, rough towers. Mines just try to spread out. They also get focused down. Very nice focusing here by Rogue. Yeah, better engagement. He will lose these Ultras though. The Ultras going down does punish the Metamax. Messy from both sides. Oh my god. Match is going off. Makes him out. Takes out the final. I say final mine. There's still 11 more mines behind this. Where are they? This is moving in. Once again, pressuring bottom right. Now we have a lot of rocks to work through. Percival should still be the first to remax. I mentioned this earlier, but Rogue, he is oversaturated on some of the other bases. Needs more mining. It's a mine shot. Uh oh. Ooh, okay, decent connections. Mines are popping up. Notice they drop on top of the Ultras. Again, a little bit messy. So he wants those Ultras. He wants them. Still wants his Ultras. We see Concussive Shell now on the way. Some mine connections. We're dragging the army through a minefield. Yeah, mines, they try to pop off. We do get 1, 2, 3 Widow mines without their shots connecting. And Shots in from Percival. We're getting messy. Oof. Yeah, rough engage, pulling all the way back to his planetary. Bailey's a roll in. Planetary should go down. Massive connections in the mineral line as well. And Rogue, has he done it? Has he done it, Bappy? Yeah, this one I think he has. Like Percival, he's running out of steam. Losing far too much. GG gets called, and Rogue, he'll take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue will take a lead. Again, a very intense back and forth once again between our two players. Rogue was able to eventually, though, take his fourth base. His fifth base got up and running. So Rogue could start to maintain himself, start to max out, took some better fights. We did see like maybe twice in this game where Percival, he was inattentive to his army and took some massive alienation to the face. So again, some of the aggression and the speed was kind of working against Percival at times. And with that, GG well played. With that, we're going to be loading into our next game. Game number 4, we're going to be loading into the Old Sun Temple. A very rare map. Very rare. It's very often vetoed. 4-player spawn. Let's go. Here we go. Another Zerg win. Well played, Kappa. Esther, I see Pino in the chat. Did you watch the game? That was very clutch. Like, that game was very low eco, low base count. It was very messy. I think maybe that's the best word of putting it. Very messy, very intense, very back and forth. It could have gone either way, and with that, we're now getting to our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of the Old Sun Temple. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran. Whew, now down in the series. We'll see if we bounce back. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game number 4. Getting into game 4. Whew. And again, welcome to the Old Sun Temple. The Old Sun Temple is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, bottom left, and top left as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. And again, so far it's been very clutch and very intense and very close between these two players. Barely did go the way of Rogue in that last game. Thankfully for Rogue, Percival, he never quite got into ghost production. And as you mentioned, there were a couple too many times where where Percival was inattentive to his army and did take some massive bailing connections to the face. Happened like 2 or 3 times in that last game and did strip away a lot of the momentum that otherwise Percival should have had. Should have had it, but did end up losing that. With that, Rogue was able to recover, bounce back, and claim the game. And now we have close spawns. Now it's going to be the Old Sun Temple close spawns as well. So that is going to be brutal here. This is going to favor aggression, of course. It's going to favor aggression, favor all-ins, or just aggressive builds in general. It's going to make things a lot more difficult when it comes to trying to take a 4th and 5th base. Like, mid to late game is going to be much more difficult to really engage due to these spawns and due to the rush distance. Let's go. So now we're just going to be opening up, getting our orbitals up and running as well. Rogue does find Percival's spawn location. Percival has yet to scout, so no SCV scouts, and likewise even skipping the Reaper as well. This is greedy. It's quite greedy here from Percival, skipping all the scouting and going for a faster 3rd CC. Okay, so it's going to be a 3rd CC before Starp, or sorry, before 2nd Rax. It looks like the same build as last game, 3 CC, 3 Rax. Yep, there we go. We have confirmation, same build here, 2 games in a row. This leads into an earlier sim timing and a boosted economy. I'm hoping that Percival does not embrace that sim timing, both against Shin and against Rogue. We've seen it just kind of fall on its face. So we'll see if Percival does try to hit that timing or does calm things down and build up in towards the early to mid game. Hoping that that's the case, but we'll see. It's up to Percival. Mirror's up and running. Did they just get up and walking before everyone's speed is researched? They have no feet. They have no pants. They cannot walk back. They cannot walk. They drift. Like Tokyo. Two-base layer. Two-base layer to Rogue. So Rogue does get link speed, takes his gases as well. We're taking all 4 gases on 2 bases. Later third base, faster layer. So 2-base layer, 2-base muta out of Rogue. Meanwhile, we do see that Percival's taking up a little bit further here. Interesting. So Percival, we're gonna still get into stim and combat shields, but this is a faster factory than last game. Faster factory. Into a 3-1-1. Likewise, Rogue going for his safety Bailey Nest. Spire has begun, and we'll see if Rogue can get away with this. Can he get away with it? So here we go. So here we go. So we'll see Percival can punish, bearing in mind that he will have that stim timing. It is going to be a little bit later just because of the earlier factory. And Percival, these stim timings have not really been working out too well for Percival these past couple of games. He might just play a little bit more passive and defensive instead. Let's see. Again, due to the close spawns, he can punish. Like this, the rush distance by ground is going to be favoring aggression. It will boost up Percival a little bit more. Jesus. There you go. And we'll see if we can pop off. His mutas are on the way. The mutas are on the way. We can see that Rogue, he's actually going for an all-in. Okay, I appreciate it. It's been a long broadcast. It's been a long night, a long series even. Muse going to the main base, and Rogue, he is not droning. No drones whatsoever. He's going for a big 2-base all-in. It's all or nothing. Yeah, Muse hit the main. Ooh. Percival, he does pick up in time. He does pull away at the same time. SVs are going down. A contamination here on the attempted reactor Widowmine production. Let's go. A contamination here in the factory. Lings, they bust into the mineral line, and here come the Banes. Yeah, Banes are rolling on forward. Does he look? Does he pay attention? No! He's not looking. He's not looking. Massive connections. Rings go down. Mineral line as well. And with that, Rogue he'll snowball out of control. 36 SCV kills. Critical damage. We were talking about aggression, how aggression would be favored. I thought it was going to be from the Terran side, but no, it was Rogue. It was Rogue that went for the all-in. That did not drone up whatsoever. 44 drones. 2-base saturation. Bam. Hit with Bailings, with Lings, and with mutas. And Percival, he was caught with what? With his pants down. The pants were down, Bappy. All the way. And with that, Rogue is getting ready for the next Bane bust. Getting ready for round number 2. Yeah, the second wave, the second bust. Rogue is here to end it. Here to end it, Bappy. There's going to be one Widowmine waddling in. Means they hit the main base, they distract the army. Bailey's a roll in. No, the wall! The wall's not the wall. The wall's not the wall. We don't even need the bust it down. And GG gets called. GG gets called. The wall is wide open, and Rogue will claim the series 3-1, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Well played. Congratulations, Rogue. He will claim the win. He will claim the series, but a very intense back and forth. And I can see a world where honestly it's a 3-0 in favor of Percival. Like Percival, he was looking very, very impressive here tonight. It did often come down to like 1 or 2 fights, like 1 or 2 like small moments here and there where Percival would maybe not be looking at it at the time and would lose too many Marines, or lose medevacs, or lose a base, or lose a mineral line. Just like 1 or 2 moments like that would happen in each of these games, and that's when Rogue would start to barely edge things out in his favor. Otherwise, it was a very intense back and forth and very close. And again, Percival did look very good in this series. Looks very impressive against Rogue. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Rogue just claimed the series, but by no means was this easy for Rogue. Not at all. Not at all. This last game was the most one-sided game of the series, but outside of this game 4, game 1, 2, and 3 were crazy. They were very, very intense. And again, a big reason for that is some of the recent changes, the efficiency of Widow Mines, the cheapness of bases, of course, as well, and just the current meta, how hyper-aggression is expected and necessary in TVZ. So all these kind of all factor into the intensity that we have been seeing, of course, as of late. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, Rogue will claim the series, and we are going to be wrapping up here for the evening. Again, it's been a very long and very intense broadcast. A lot of long games when it comes to these TVZs. A lot of long games. We got to experience Mass Ghost, of course, at some point earlier as well, which did excel. But with that, let's catch up on the rest of our schedule here. So again, a little bit fatigued because our next cast is going to be in 8 hours. 8 hours time, we're going to be live with the KSL, with the Korean StarCraft League. So I'll try to get as much sleep as possible before the KSL, hopefully like at least 5 hours at least. But KSL is going to be in 8 hours time. Likewise, we do have the Sparkling, and I got some things to do, of course. Got to look after the bunnies. We have the Sparkling and Tuna Cup tomorrow evening. That's going to be in less than 24 hours. We have Pegasus Cup on Wednesday morning. We have Pondcast Wednesday evening. Kung Fu Cup Thursday evening. We have a we have the Crank Gatherers event, and we also have the RSL as well over the weekend. So we're back into our proper schedule here. At least one cast a day. Quite often 2 casts a day as well. So you can see our schedule here on the left. A lot of content, a lot of StarCraft is ahead of us here. And yeah, do look forward to it. Do look forward to it as we do sink our teeth into the new Hotfix B patch. And yeah, we'll see what Hotfix patch C will kind of entail. I'm still most likely like maybe a week or 2 away, but again, looking forward to said C patch. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up for the time being, and again, we'll see you guys in 10 hours. Sorry, not in 8 hours time for the KSL. The KSL. See you then. Okay. This is why Terrans build turrets on the ladder. So just to bring it back as to the why there were no turrets in the main base is because, if you recall, there was no scouting. Specifically, there was no SCV scout and there was no Reaper scout. Remember, there was limited scouting out of Percival. That was intentional because of his build, because it was being hyper greedy. So that has nothing to do with like safety turrets or anything like that. The build itself for Percival did mean just lack of vision, lack of scouting, lack of awareness as to what was going on. Do apologize if I did not make that clear, but the build didn't really entail for that. In regards to what Percival was going for. But GG well played. Congratulations here to Rogue. Congratulations. But yes, with that, we're going to be back in 8 hours time with the KSL. Otherwise, we have plenty more StarCraft throughout the course of the week. Again, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. A little bit. Likewise, if you want to support us, you can do so by following us. You can follow us on the socials, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. We have all of the socials available here. If you want to see some of the VODs of these tournaments, like some WardiTV Mondays, or KSL, Pegasus Cup, Crank Gatherers, RSL, it's all the VODs are on YouTube. They're all there. They're all there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. And we'll see you guys next time for some more StarCraft. Until then, ciao. Papi ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.